meeting of the City of Bethlehem Zoning Board. My name is Peter Schneck, and I'll be serving as chairman this evening. Serving tonight along with me is Paige Van Wart, Sharon Wiles Young, Danielle Joseph, and Lucas Walk. Our zoning officer tonight is Dave Taylor. Our solicitor tonight is attorney Steve Bowell. Our stenographer tonight is Moira Evans. At this time, if anybody is going to be speaking, testimony, questions, and or comments, please stand to be sworn in.
On any matter. If you're here to testify on any matter tonight, please stand and be sworn.
Raise your right hands. You do swear or affirm that the testimony which you shall give in the matter now before this board shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You do so swear or affirm?
I do. So our first appeal tonight is 823 North New Street. And Mr. Taylor, if you want to read the facts of the case.
823 North New Street. The appeal of Lisa Diob for a special exception to convert one non-conforming use of photography studio to another non-conforming use, personal service, eyelash, and brow salon. Sections 1323.07, 1325.07, and all associated variances, special exceptions, and interpretations.
All right. And before we get started, can you please confirm when the property was posted?
Yes. Do you have the date that it was posted? I know we had a...
November 6th.
All right.
Mhm.
You can proceed with the testimony.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Chris Rad. I'm a real estate broker with Harvey Rad Real Estate in Allentown, and I'm representing Ms. Diob here for the hopeful approval of the salon space that we're looking at proposing. The space is at 823 North New Street. It's about 400 square feet. There's just one open room. I do have some pictures that I can pass along to the board. There's a bathroom that's there. It's not very large, as you can see. I'll pass along some pictures here for everyone to get a sense of the space.
Mark the pictures applicants exhibit A.
So what we are looking at proposing is a single user, one chair salon. Our impact will be very, very light. It will be appointment only between the hours of 9 to 5. Pretty much primarily during the week, or are we looking at?
Yeah, Sunday and Monday closed. So, yeah, so Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
Just do me a favor for the stenographer. Can you state your name and spell your name?
Yes, my name is Lisa Diob, Lissa, last name Dayoub.
And you can pull that microphone closer to you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, I was saying the hours are going to be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 9 to 5, and close Sunday and Monday. And it's going to be only by appointments.
So the likelihood of someone being there from 9 to 5 every day is unlikely. We're only going to be there when there's appointments that would be coming in that would already be booked by clients that she has. She's been in the business for how long?
For 10 years.
She's got a solid book of business, a lot of referral clients. And I think this would be a good spot for her to continue on with her space here. Our main hurdle that we're looking for relief on is parking. Obviously, we have no parking on site. But again, I think we're mitigating some of our impact on the neighborhood just because of the fact that we're going to only be open from 9 to 5, primarily, out of there before much of the neighborhood would be coming back in to utilize parking spaces.
Yeah.
All right. So, my name is Steve Bowell. I'm the solicitor for the board. You're here tonight for a special exception, and the board has certain things that it has to consider in granting the special exceptions, sections of the ordinance that have to be reviewed. Are you familiar with those sections?
Mm.
Okay, so we'll
say
go
no.
through them together then. So first, help me, and I was listening, but I don't know if I was quite following. What's the existing non-conforming use that's on the property?
The existing use, I believe, was an office space. It was a photography studio that I believe has been closed for probably over 2 years.
Okay,
The
so
property's been on the market for lease for quite some time.
May I say something? Yeah. Just in my working when I was filling in the position of building inspector, that entire building was remodeled. The apartments were refurbished, and this was an existing commercial space. It was all spruced up on the inside, and actually an accessible bathroom, single user bathroom was installed, and it was fully prepared. And the planning bureau recognizes it as a commercial space, not conforming existing.
So, and this question is for you. He just testified that it was fit out as a commercial space. Can the property reasonably be changed to a permitted use, to a residential use?
No.
Okay. In your opinion, would this use be less objectionable in terms of external effects than the existing non-conforming use with respect to traffic? There's a question mark at the end of that statement.
Yes. Yes, it would be.
Okay. Noise,
Yes.
smoke,
Yes.
dust, fumes, vapor, all those nuisance conditions.
Yes.
Is it your opinion that it will improve the appearance of the property?
Absolutely.
Walk the board through why you think so.
I believe that right now the space that's there, it has been refurbished. I think that how it'll be with her signage. Obviously, we would work with the zoning office to put up signage on the windows for the most part, but I think it would be very much conforming with the neighborhood, and I think it would probably be a service to the neighborhood that would be very low impact. You can see that there's quite a bit of parking on street there, but I don't think that this would be much less or more of an impact than what was previously there.
Walk the board through how waste disposal will occur for the property.
Waste disposal,
Trash.
trash. I believe we were going to be taking care of that. We were going
Yeah.
to have our own hauler each week for garbage.
It's like a dumpster or
No, it would just be, we're not going to
No.
have much garbage. So it would just be a bag, maybe have a trash can that we would have picked up by
Yeah.
a local hauler.
and ma'am, and in terms of like chemicals and stuff like that, you're just gonna have normal.
Yeah, just like normal disinfecting stuff, like no harsh chemicals or anything.
I wish I could give more elaboration on that. As you can see, my hair is not much for product here. So
Also, so you said you're seeking relief with regard to parking. Is that correct?
I thought we needed some relief for parking, but we have no parking on our property here at all. But I don't believe we would have much of an impact at all for that if that was a concern to the board.
Dave, is there an off-street parking requirement relative to this use?
The planning bureau was looking at as an existing nonconformity. It was a existing commercial space that did not have parking.
So, yeah, that was one of my questions was, so it's just a special section. They're not.
Correct.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
So yeah, I do have one. If it's a appointment only, does that mean the traffic would be less then? You'd only have one customer at a time?
Yes.
or-
Yes. And I always put like gaps between my customers, my clients. I give my time, to clean and stuff between each client. So
Thanks.
That spurred one for me. So appointment only. How many employees will be in there at any given time?
none, just me.
Just you.
Yep.
Any other questions from the audience? Any statements from the audience? All right, I guess ask him to close.
Yeah.
One last crack at it. You want to close?
I think we've said it all and appreciate the board's consideration.
All right, we'll move off record in executive session.
Microphones are back on.
All right, at this time, we'll go back on the record. If I can have a motion from a member of the board.
I make a motion to approve the special exception as submitted.
Second.
Mr. Schneck,
Yes.
Ms. Wiles Young,
Yes.
Ms. Joseph,
Yes.
Dr. Van Wert,
Yes.
Mr. Walk.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
You'll receive your written decision and we'll be in touch.
Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I took a pen. What?
You took that pen.
Good
I don't know why I need a pen. I don't have a pen here.
You wrote on the
That was nice.
Oh, all right, I had a blue pen. You had a blue pen. There's my
We
blue
need
pen.
that
Leave me
after all
alone.
of the decisions. Yeah.
Yeah, he's very happy with himself. He's going to come back with something next time. I'm not going to do that.
All right, next up, 277 Mars Court.
277 Mars Court, the appeal of Abraham J. Assad for two-dimensional variances to facilitate the construction of a residential addition and front porch roof extension. Building coverage 15% permitted, 15.15% existing, and 25.67% proposed, and a rear yard setback 40 feet required, 37 feet proposed to permit a 15 square foot encroachment into the rear yard. Sections 1302.22, 1306.01A1, 1318.17A, 1325.06, and all associated variances, special exceptions, and interpretations.
All right, and before we get started, can you confirm when the property was posted?
They weren't sworn in.
Oh.
They came in.
I think maybe they came in.
Wait, so earlier when we had everyone stand up and swear the oath, were you here for that?
We just were right there at walking in, but we can do it again.
Yeah, if you don't mind, if we can swear
Sure.
you, that'd be appropriate.
I didn't know if they-
No, very appropriate.
And anyone else?
Where?
Raise your right hand. You do swear or affirm that the testimony which you shall give in the matter now before this board shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You do so swear or affirm?
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
All right, can you confirm when the property was posted?
Yes, it was 2 weeks ago. I came and picked it up. Look at my calendar. Apologize.
2 weeks as a financer. That's fine.
Okay.
All right, you can proceed.
Okay. My name is Abe or Abraham Assad. My wife, Fadia Hike. This is our second marriage. We have a blended family of.
Sir, can you pull the microphone closer to you?
Oh, I apologize. Yes, my name is Abraham Assad. I go by Abe. My wife, Fadia Hike. Also, last name Assad. We have a blended family, remarried a few years ago, and we wanted to stay in the Bethlehem neighborhood. We have a ranch house at 277 Mars Court in Bethlehem, and it's currently a ranch. Most of the other properties around us are bi-level or two-story, and we would like to expand on the house in the front slightly for a slightly bigger porch. We put a new roof on. The roof is getting old, and the back of the property with the addition for an additional master bedroom, a larger kitchen, and family room, as well as a little gym area. So we're proposing this. The current building coverage, which we understand to be permitted, when I submitted my documentation to David, is 15%, and it's existing 15.15, and we're proposing 25.67, which is on the one site plan drawing that's right there now up on the board. The rear yard setback is 40 feet required. There's 37 feet proposed to permit the 15 square foot encroachment into our rear yard. We had an architect put the drawings together for us. So there on that left corner, that's the first encroachment for the addition. And then on the patio, also top right in the middle, on the left corner there as well. And then I referred to the sections if y'all wanted, I could refer to the sections that we're proposing to allow for the variances in the special exceptions. It's sections 1302.22 and 1306.01A1, 1318.17A, and 1325.06 are all associated with the two variances and the special exceptions. We are on an irregular shaped lot. I don't know if you could see that. Yeah. I do have paper copies for anybody wishing. My wife can hand them out if you like.
Of what?
Of just the presentation, if anybody
Is
wants.
anything different than what was given to the city?
Yeah, I did email it to Dave, and
We'll mark it as Exhibit A.
hopefully there's enough there. If not, I have one extra copy. Again, we're remarried. We're a family of 7, and our kids are between college and starting to work, and we're comfortable living in Bethlehem. We want to stay there. We want to beautify the house as well as beautify the neighborhood. On that living space area, we're requesting an additional 15 square foot encroachment on that left side, and we'd like to keep it a ranch. As I got older, I got 2 new knees, and just it's tougher to go up upstairs. And we're proposing, we have a quote, and I'm doing it with a construction person to begin remodeling in the November-December timeframe, please, and hopefully target completion by April. And that's it.
All right, this time, questions from members of the board.
You have a shed back there.
Yes,
Are you going to keep that? Because it's pretty close to your patio.
we'd like to move it to the left side of the property, and we would turn it.
And it looks like there's a large wooded area. This is rural RR, right?
Correct.
That looks like there's a large wooded area behind you. What is that?
There's 6 acres. It's owned by Dr. I forget his last name. Dr. Camille is his first name. Camille is his first name. He's a retired doctor, and he said he's not interested in building back there. He also said he's fine with our addition.
It's just woodland.
It just would, correct.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
All right, you mentioned you had an irregular shaped lot, I guess because you're in a cul-de-sac.
Yes, sir.
In developing these plans and maybe speaking with your construction professional, specifically the one corner in your addition, is it difficult to not make non-right-hand corners? Like you could have cut your building along that line, or speak to why you.
Yes, sir. We were trying to keep it just even, just to be symmetrical and equal.
Okay. And also maybe a little bit easier to build. cheaper.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. And my wife is squeezing into, it was my existing house. And so we're just trying to accommodate.
And then you touched upon, I understand you have, I guess, physical, not needs of keeping it 1 story, but was there any discussion with your contractor about the difference in costs and going up instead of out? Are you aware that it may be cheaper to do what you're doing? So
Yeah, we did not, because my limitations with my 2 new knees.
I'm just saying it may not have been a financially feasible project to go up. I don't know if that was
Yeah, we did think about it, but the holdback was really my knees as I get older. I'm 61, and
that's all I really have.
You said you spoke to the neighbor that's closest to where this, do you have other neighbors?
Yes, yes.
Spoken to any of them? Has anyone
If you're
raised
staring at the
concerns?
house to the right, he was fine with it. To the left, also fine with it. Across the street, they're all fine with it. And I informed all the neighbors that they said, fine. It's beautifying your house in the neighborhood.
And also, speak on the trees, are the three sides of your rear yard pretty much tree lined?
Yes, yes, they are.
So really, there's not visual sight into your backyard.
That's 100% right.
Any other questions? Any questions from the audience? Comments? Any further statements?
No, sir.
All right, this time we'll move off the record.
Microphones are back.
All right, at this time, we'll go back on the record. At this time, we'll go back on the record. If I can have a motion from a member of the board.
I'd like to motion to approve the variance as requested.
Second.
Mr. Schneck,
Yes.
Dr. Van Wert,
Yes.
Ms. Wiles Young,
Yes.
Mr. Walk,
Yes.
Ms. Joseph.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, good luck with your project.
Thank you. Thank you all. Appreciate being here.
We gotta make sure that we keep this
I know.
Yeah.
Wait, so is the next one the continuous?
Yes, the next one is 436 First Terrace.
So do I call them up?
Oh, I thought they
Well,
continued it.
So the next one's, Mike, that's where it is, 436 First Terrace. That's your
Oh, I thought
continuous.
you were continuing.
Yeah, so we need to open the record, so we don't re-advertise. If you can just come,
Take a minute.
Attorney Scammell, you guys can stay there. We just have to open another hearing real quick.
Okay.
All right, this time 436 First Terrace.
Appeal of Austin Saboni on behalf of 436 First Terrace LLC for an interpretation that the subject property retains a vested nonconforming student housing use. Alternatively, if the board determines the nonconforming status has lapsed, applicant seeks a variance to permit the student housing use outside of the student housing and student home overlay zoning district. Applicant further requests a special exception approval to expand a nonconforming student home in order to accommodate 5 total students. Expansion of a lawful nonconforming use requires a special exception for expansions greater than 5% and up to a maximum of 50% of the total floor area measured in aggregate over the entire life of the nonconformity. 492 square feet permitted, 328 square feet proposed. Section 1302.48, 1302.31, 1323.03, 1323.04, 1323.06, 1323.05, 1325.06, 1325.07, 1327.01C, and all associated variances, special exceptions, and interpretations.
Yes. Hi, Michael Raschuti on behalf of 436 First Terrace LLC in Austin Spony. We've agreed to continue that till the January 29th,
January 28th.
28th hearing.
And you can confirm that the property was otherwise posted all
Property
advertised
was posted. I did it myself
in a timely fashion in conformance
about
to
a
the
week and a half ago. It was a Friday. So 2 Fridays ago.
Yeah, so for everyone's benefit on this application, they're requesting continuance, which means the hearing will not move forward tonight. That'll be moved to January 28th. So if you're here for this application, it will not be heard, but the board has to take action on the continuance. So I would recommend a motion to grant the continuance.
I have a motion.
I'll motion. I'll motion to grant the continuance.
Yeah, that's fine.
Second.
Mr. Schneck,
Yes.
Dr. Van Wert,
Yes.
Ms. Joseph,
Yes.
Ms. Wiles Young,
Yes.
Mr. Walk.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
We look forward to seeing you later.
I'm still here for another.
All right. Next appeal is 241 8th Avenue.
241 8th Avenue, appeal of D. Morton Zaworski on behalf of ABDA Properties on 8th LLC for dimensional variance, lot width 90 feet required, 80 feet existing, to facilitate the construction of a 4-unit, 2-story multifamily dwelling. Sections 1302.40F, 1306.01A4, 1325.06, and all associated variances, special exceptions, and interpretations.
Sure. I'll take one. Thank you.
All right. 2 items. If members of the audience that came in late and are planning in to talk, you have to be sworn in. Is there anybody in the audience that hasn't been sworn in that plans to talk? All right. Can you please stand?
Raise your right hands. You do swear or affirm that the testimony which you shall give in the matter now before this board shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You do so swear or affirm?
Yes.
All right. And then can you confirm when the property was posted?
Yes, property was posted originally on November 3rd on the walkway to the property, and then was moved closer to the street on November 7th, and it remains there as of today.
So there's a lot of people in the room tonight for this hearing, so I just want to describe what's going to happen. It'll help us get through the case efficiently and make sure everyone's heard. So in many ways, this is going to work like a trial you see on TV. The applicant is represented by an attorney. He will call witnesses. If anyone wants to attempt to ask questions of that witness, they may have the right to do so. The applicant would have the opportunity to object to determine whether or not you have legal standing, which means that you have to prove that you're going to be you live near the property and then you're going to be aggrieved by this application. So if you have standing and you ask questions, we're going to ask for you during that examination process, limit it to questions at that time. It's not designed at that time to have long statements in opposition. That comes later. That should just be, you heard the testimony, you need a clarification, there's something you want to learn from that witness. So please limit that to questions. After they go through all of their witnesses, at that point, they will rest their case, we'll turn it over. Then everyone will have the opportunity to make public comment. If they have standing appropriately, they may continue to object. So what I'm saying by that is just please be conscious if you're trying to make statements in the middle of their case. We may tell you to please sit down and come back later. That's not us trying to thwart anyone from talking. That's us trying to follow the procedures that are in place. So with that, good.
All right. You can proceed with testimony.
Thank you. Victor Scamilio here on behalf of the applicant ABDA Properties on 8th LLC. To give the board and the public some history here, we submitted this to the Planning Commission for a sketch review. When we first made the submission, we had a 3-story, 6-unit building. There were members of the public who were present at that commission hearing, and hearing in the comments, we've made adjustments to the plan. We've reduced it from a 6-unit to a 4-unit. We've reduced it from 3 stories to 2 stories. And we've heard some questions and concerns about other aspects that I'll address as well. There was a questions raised about, as you can see in the rendering we have on the easel, and that was just on the screen, there's a large tree in the back. We will not be touching that tree with this proposed development. With the reduction in size, we were able to reduce the parking lot in the back. So we were able to bring it to a more narrow dimension, and we've shifted it to avoid any interference with that tree. With that reduction in the parking lot, we do not need the initial variance for the buffer in the backyard. Although you will hear that we are putting in natural landscaping and buffering back there. The only variance that we need tonight is on the lot width, 10 feet. And the lot that is there, originally, the lot was not designed by my client. So we heard about concerns about the alley and a portion of it being potentially private and not public. So you will hear tonight my client in the alleyway in the back will put up a right turn only so that the vehicles can travel to the northbound on the alley and out to the public road. With a 4-unit MDU, I'm sure members of the public will have concerns about parking. This plan meets the parking standards as required by City of Bethlehem. In addition, on 8th, we will be taking out the driveway and the curb cut. So we will have a uniform curb all the way through that will also increase the on-street parking availability in front of the unit. This is in the RT district, the high density district. This is a permitted use. The only variance needed is a dimensional variance. And so with that, I will turn to our engineer to explain the layout of the property and the footprint of the building on the lot.
Okay,
Sir, please state your name for the record.
my name is Philip Albright. I'm with Lehigh Engineering Associates.
Mr. Albright, can you give the board some information here regarding the dimensions of this lot as it sits today?
Okay, the lot is 80 foot wide by 131 foot deep. The minimum track size required is 9,000 square feet. We have 10,480 square feet available.
And what is on the property now?
There is an existing dwelling on the property.
And what is the proposed development of this? And if you can turn, I'll use our exhibit packet, Exhibit 1 that the board has, which is the rendering that everybody sees here on the easel, and is that photo that's on here. This is Exhibit 1, shows the intended development of the 4-unit building.
Yes.
Okay. And it also shows in the front the uniform curbing and the removal of the curb cut that was there existing.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when we turn to Exhibit 2A, this is your engineering plan, which is page 1 of 4 of the engineering plans.
Yes, and that's
it, Dave. Thank you.
right. That is what exists on the property right now. It shows the existing dwelling, single family dwelling. It shows the driveway off of 8th Avenue. And
And if we look to the south, we see some, the neighboring lots. And immediately to the south is an existing dwelling that is a twin,
It's a twin, yes.
correct? And then to the north is a single family. And then aside of that are two single families that are on lots.
Yes,
Correct.
it's a
Des-
twin. yeah.
Describe the lot size of this property compared to the other lots on 8th Avenue.
The lot size here is the largest lot on the block here. The lots are as small as, I believe, 18 feet for the twins. The lot next to it is 40 feet wide. To the north of it, or to the right of it, is 40 feet wide.
Okay. Now, if we go to the next page in the engineering exhibits, page 2 of 4, this shows the requested development, correct? With the overlay of the existing property that you can see in that faint shadow line with the introduction of the 4-unit building.
That's correct.
Okay. And when we look at this, this footprint here, this building footprint, does the applicant need any setback relief from the side yards?
No,
What is the distance from building to property line?
15 feet on either side.
Do you know what the distance is from building to building on either the north or south side?
Yes, on the south, there's a 25-foot separation. On the north side, it's a 22-foot separation.
Just out of curiosity, if in a hypothetical situation, if this property were subdivided and 2 single-family homes were permitted to be built there, what would the setback dimensions be for that?
The minimum setback is 4 feet from the property line for a single-family dwelling.
And so this property meets the code requirement for the multifamily dwelling unit and at least 15 feet, correct?
That's correct.
And it's not as dense in the neighborhood if you did the 2 single families, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if we turn to Exhibit 2C, which is also page 3 of the engineering plans. What plan is this?
This is the grading plan.
Okay. And this shows how the property is laid out and then the grading of the property to accommodate the building, correct?
Correct.
What is the black line to the north that goes in at different angles around the
The black
zone?
the black line is a retaining wall. The maximum reveal on that is 5 feet. Allows us to get the sidewalk from the back in the parking lot, serving the parking lot, to the front door.
Okay. Now, let's look at the parking lot in the back. How many spaces does that parking lot accommodate?
It has 6 spaces, one of them a handicap space.
Okay. And when we had first submitted this for Planning Commission, tell everybody what the difference is in this parking lot from what was previously submitted.
That one, the previous submission was a double loaded aisle. This is only parking spaces on one side of the aisle.
So when you say double loaded, you mean each side had parking spaces?
Each side had parking spaces. I believe there were 11 total.
And this reduces it to 6?
6, yes.
And that still meets the City of Bethlehem requirements for the 4 units?
That's correct, because there's a parking available on the street.
Okay. Now, you have located the parking lot to the south of this property, correct?
That's correct.
To the north is a large tree. And does this location of the lot to the south allow that tree, that space to remain where it is?
Yes, as there's the parking lot is 22 feet from the property line.
Okay. And before we had submitted we would need buffer yards due to the size of the lot.
Yes.
We don't need that now.
No.
What is going to be installed to address buffer?
Right. Well, we are installing shrubs and trees. They're on
If we go to
sheet 4 of 4, you can
4.
see what's planned there. Yeah, there are no buffers required. Previously, they've been requiring a 15-foot buffer on each side due to it being 6 units. Now that it's reduced to 4, it's no longer required, but now we're able to provide at least 15 foot on either side.
And what are the plantings you have on the north and south side of the property lines?
There's Norway spruce, there's dwarf Alberta spruce, there's a ball yew, blue rug juniper, and azaleas, and also grape maple. I'm sorry, grape myrtle, burning bush, and green giant arborvitae.
And that's along the north and south side. What about the east side that faces 8th Ave? What would be there?
That would be some of the smaller plantings, the spruces and the yew and the junipers.
And this plan notes where they would be located.
Yes, that shows the location of each of those plants.
Okay. And the driveway will be removed. There'll be that uniform curb all the way through that will still allow parking. You will have the sidewalk there, but you are still able to accommodate those tree plantings in the front as well.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And let's talk about the parking lot again in the back. I don't want to forget. At the Planning Commission, there was concern about two-way traffic and where traffic would be directed out of the lot. Where is the intended traffic direction to be?
The traffic is directed to turn to the right and head north on Carter Street.
And then that leads them out to the
That
public.
leads them out to the
that. And you would have installed in there a sign of no left turns.
correct, the standard PennDOT no left turn sign.
And correct me if I'm wrong, when we had first submitted this was 6 units. It had 11 spots. You're down to 6.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, in your review of the neighborhood, were you able to take a look at the surrounding area? And this would be our Exhibit 3. This is some of the... So let's look at Exhibit 3A, the bottom row. What are these photos here on the bottom row of?
It's a multifamily units there. There's nine units in that complex. I guess you could call it a townhouse as well.
Okay. The middle row to the left, that is the neighboring property, a twin.
Yes, that's a twin.
The photo to the right on the middle row, that's the existing property.
Yes.
Okay. The top left, that is at 257 8th Avenue in the same block as the subject property.
Yes.
And that shows a house in a lot that's narrower than what we have here.
Yes. Yes.
And in close proximity to its house, to its neighboring house, correct?
Yes.
At 247 to 253 8th Ave, are these two twins right next to each other?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And that the distance between those two homes in the top middle is less than the 15 feet that we have
Yes.
in our setback area. And the top right, that is 257 and 259 8th Ave. And that's showing the introduction of a house in between the two larger two-story homes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the Exhibit 3B is the alley, and Dave, I don't know if you have this one, so I apologize. But this is just showing the alley photos looking to the north and then to the south, correct?
Correct.
All right. The Exhibit 3C, which shows the existing streetscape and then the rendering of the proposed building. The rendering that we have and that we have here on Exhibit 1 and in several exhibits, that is a 2-scale rendering.
Yes.
So that's showing the building in its dimensions as it would fit into the current conditions of this neighborhood.
Correct.
Okay. What would be the dimension of the building itself, both length and width?
It's 50 foot by 50 foot.
Okay. How high is the building?
The building is to the top of the roof is about 32 feet tall.
And how does that fit with the surrounding properties?
As you can see from the photo there, it's in the same general height as the other buildings.
Okay. And where the building is located as it borders 8th Avenue, is it in line with the setback and the dimensions of the other properties? In other words, it's not too far forward,
No,
or too far back from the other properties, right?
right. It's a 10-foot setback. There's actually no required setback, but we provide a 10-foot setback. I believe the house there to the north or to the right is set back a little farther because of the garage. But the other houses that don't have a garage in front are set back about the same amount.
Okay. And are you familiar with the layout of the units in the property?
Yes.
Okay. And these are the architectural plans?
Yes.
If we go to A1 of the architectural plans, this is the exterior and front and rear elevations. In other words, these are showing what the building will look like from the front and then the rear.
Correct.
Okay. A2 shows the side elevations, correct?
Correct.
A3, these are the first floor plan layout, correct?
Correct.
And tell me what these units comprise, or what's contained within them.
They're each 2 bedrooms, a master bedroom and a second bedroom. There's a bathroom, main bathroom, and a bathroom for the master bedroom. There's a little laundry room. There's a kitchen, and then there's a living room out front.
Okay. And that, what we're seeing in A3 is the first floor, and then A4 shows the second floor?
That's correct.
Are they roughly about the same?
Yes.
And do you know what the dimensions or the square footage of each of the units is?
It would be roughly 1,200 square feet per unit.
Okay. And this is the intended development of this property. Let's talk about the property itself. You said that the property is in the neighborhood, one of the larger, or if not the largest lot in the neighborhood.
That's correct.
Okay. And so it is unique in the neighborhood for its size.
Yes.
And then the developer is not doing anything to alter the dimensions of this lot. is he?
No, no.
So the lot dimensions remain as is. It's the introduction of this building and the need solely just for the 10-foot lot width variance.
Correct.
And this condition of the size of this lot wasn't created by or caused by the developer.
No.
Okay. And this lot, based upon its dimensions, is unique in the neighborhood.
Yes.
Okay. I have no other questions of Mr. Albright.
Questions from the board?
Yes, I have some questions about the retaining wall. So the grade, I understand about the elevation change on the property. And so I was wondering where the retaining walls, how long they extend on both sides there. And what, did you say 5 feet?
It's
The
the maximum of 5 feet,
maximum of 5 feet.
which is allowable by the ordinance.
Okay. All right. And so you're converting from a single family house that will be demolished, right?
Be
And then,
demolished, yes.
and then you cover the land. Okay.
I have a question, a couple. You didn't push the dimensions of this building differently so that it would be narrower and longer because I'm asking, is that because there's a mandated buffer between the parking lot and the building itself?
There's a 15-foot buffer, and the parking lot meets that 15-foot buffer.
Could it could have been easier to possibly change the dimensions of the building and ask for the variance more for that back buffer between the parking lot and the building?
The issue is we're required to have 90 feet no matter how the building is shaped. It doesn't, there's no advantage to doing that the width requirement will be reduced.
Okay. And then when I look at the back of the building, that's where the bedrooms are there. So the people would be parking in the back of the building and then walking around to the front of the building to go in.
Yes, that's
So they're
correct.
probably mostly going to park on the street, I would assume. That seems like a lot way to walk to go in your own building. Just asking if that, I mean, I was surprised
that's
there
certainly
wasn't
their
any egress
preference.
in the back of the building.
And that's their preference. It's maybe a little more protected than having a car parked on the street and somebody comes by or a garbage truck comes by and sideswipes it. But
Okay. Thank you.
You spoke about the existing building. It's a single family.
yes,
Is there a reason why is that building not working?
My client will talk about the foundational issues associated with that property.
Okay. Maybe these will be a blend between the engineer and the owner. I guess my question is, if there's foundational issues or whatever, could it not be redesigned as a single family home in strict conformity with the zoning ordinance?
That would be for my client to answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the other one, you mentioned that you could potentially split the lot into two
And do 2 single families.
in conformity of the zoning ordinance.
That could be, but when you look at the rendering that we have with the distance between the 2 properties, that would narrow significantly.
Yep.
It would be more dense in that neighborhood.
Well, when you say dense, you do
Building
not
density.
building density, not population density.
Yeah. Building density would be, we would only need 4 feet on
All
each
right,
side.
but there'd be 2 homes, not 4. Okay. And then you spoke about having this plan in front of the planning commission
Yes, for sketch review.
with as much as 11 units,
No, 11 parking spaces.
11 parking spots, 6 units.
6 units.
What
yes.
were the comments from them? Were there comments, or why did you choose to lessen the amount of units?
So the planning commission itself didn't have comments on it. Members of the public raised concern. So knowing that these would be neighbors, we wanted to see if we could address those. And those were addressed by lowering the building. There was a concern raised about the height, the 3rd floor. And even though we did not need a variance for that, we chose to reduce it to accommodate the concerns and the questions raised by the neighbors. And there was concerns about the introduction of the parking lot in the back and the use of the alley. So again, by reducing the number from 11 spaces to 6 spaces, that reduces the frequency of use of that alleyway. There was a concern raised about the alleyway to the south not being open to the public or not for public use. So in consideration of that, my client has decided to direct his traffic to the north, and so no left turns out of the parking lot. And then there was a concern about 6 units going in. So again, by taking out a floor and reducing it, we lessen that impact to 4 families.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm not sure if it's a question for this person, but are these going to be affordable apartments? Do we have an idea what the rent's going to be?
Mr. Zaworski will testify regarding the rent.
when you're saying the alley, you're referring to Carter Street.
Yes.
Is Carter Street a public road?
Yes.
So, and this might just be my ignorance, so excuse me. Why there's contention you're saying that you can't turn left up that road?
I believe there is a portion of Carter when you go to the south that may be a private alley. And so to avoid any issues, there was that, and this was a concern raised by some of the public who spoke at the Planning Commission. It was to direct them to the north by a right only.
It's Walton Street is the one that's not public. It was vacated in 1974. So it's private. But Carter Street is a public street.
So, and I don't know if this is a question like who's going to enforce that? Seems like you put up a sign and like what is the enforceable measures from maybe that's from your client, but
Yeah, that's a question I'll raise of
Okay.
Mr. Zaworski.
okay. So that's correct. Walton Street is not a public road.
I was not privy to those conversations, so
Okay.
I can't speak to that one way or the other.
Gotcha. All right. We'll probably say thank you.
At this time, any questions for the engineer? And if you come up to the podium, state your name and address. And these are questions. Time for comment later.
And also just a favor, spell your name as well for the stenographer.
My name is Wendy Vohar, V as in Victor, OHAR. I live at 245 7th Avenue on the corner of 7th Avenue and Libert Street. Both of them are one-way streets. The front portion of the property is where you're assuming that people will probably end up parking if they can't make it into the back lot. Has anybody done a traffic study of Libert Street? It's a very frequently misused street where people very frequently come down the wrong way because 7th is the first that comes up from Lehigh Street. And we've got a lot of wrong way, one-way
So
traffic.
we're-
Is there going to be a traffic study?
If it's required by the Planning Commission and land development process, my client would have to be subject to those requirements.
Okay. I heard mention that there was a driveway at this property and that there was a sign required to be posted. I'm just curious, why was the sign parked in front of? Why did they use the spot to park the car in front of the sign instead of in the driveway?
So right now, there's no occupant of that home. We don't know whose car that is that's parked there. So
For a week?
we don't know whose car that is.
Huh. And you didn't think maybe moving the sign after about a week of nobody?
So it was originally on a walkway. We received concerns that it was too far into the property, so we moved it closer to the street.
When it was up against the house, you had to pretty much encroach on the property to see. I'm just curious why I had
what
to.
sign? What's the sign? I'm
the-
sorry.
The posting of this hearing.
Okay.
I had to
thought you said a
really-
parking sign. I'm sorry.
I can see this property from my backyard. I could not find that sign for this entire time. I have no further questions.
My name is Deborah, Debra, Condon, Condon. My property is 903 Spring Street, so it's right up where Spring meets 8th. My question is, you were talking about the runway from Carter Street, and you said it goes out to one of the avenues, or what, either 8th or 9th?
It turns,
It's the street to the north.
Right, yeah, it goes,
right.
right, but it goes out to Martin's.
Right.
Right, okay, so that's the back of my property. Okay, that goes back there. My concern and question is, we have a Calypso school is right on the corner there, and it's an all walking school. So all the neighborhood children walk, and they walk through that alleyway all the time. And I guess I just have a little bit of concern about traffic coming one way up into that Martin's alley. Does that make sense to you?
I don't know what the question is.
Yeah.
The question is, I'm afraid kids are going to get hit
So
because we're going one way.
So let's just be clear. I mean, if you want to make a statement about a concern on that,
Yes.
you want to do that later. I want to tell everyone, I mean,
It's
ascends the lead up and ascends of the question mark at the end is what we need. So if you want
okay.
to
Well, the question is, was that did you consider that that we have a lot of walking children and that there will be one-way traffic now coming up into Martin's alley,
Well, the one-way traffic is just up Carter Street.
right, which meets Martin's alley.
Right.
Right.
After that, the vehicular traffic can go either direction.
Correct. Okay, I guess my question was just, did you consider that there's going to be a lot of walking at that time and a lot of more traffic?
He gave his answer. So if
Okay.
you have another question.
Okay, thank you.
Again, state your name, spell your name, address.
Brian Foley, Brianfoley. I live at 212 8th Avenue. You mentioned that you would be demolishing the current property that's on, or the house that's on the property. How long do you expect the construction process to be, and when would you expect it to begin and end?
Phil, if you can answer that. If not, I would leave that to Mr. Zaworski.
You'd like to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, another thing to just keep in mind, they're gonna have other witnesses, so they may say later to be continued. So another witness can answer that question.
Diane Fagley, 1104 Prospect Avenue. It's Diane with one N, and it's Fegley. I was just wondering about the lot coverage and what the current lot coverage is and what it's going to be.
Okay, the ordinance only specifies a maximum building coverage, not a maximum pervious coverage. The maximum building coverage for the lot is 80% is allowable. What we're proposing with the development is 23.5%.
What is the current coverage?
I'm not exactly sure what the current coverage is.
Okay. And can you tell me as far as what the occupancy limit is on a 2-bedroom? I know it's like a city question, not an engineer question, but
That's
is that something? I'm not sure who would have that answer.
And Mr. Zaworski will tell you about how he intends to rent the
Okay.
property.
And then just one other question for the engineer. Did Mr. Zaworski give you a copy of the estimate for the foundation repair that this realtor was providing?
No.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Mike Castagnoli, Castagnoli, 2705 Gila Drive. I have a couple questions. First one, you had said that the existing foundation was poor. Did you do any soil borings or anything to see what the new foundation would be? Soil classifications or anything like that?
So the question, the statement's not about the subsurface. It's about the concrete or the foundation itself within the house.
So you're confident that the new building will be supported, will
Any
be
and all,
founded?
any and all building requirements and codes would be through the city process and in the land development process.
Okay. I know you brought up the retaining wall, a 5-foot maximum reveal. Is that 5 foot on your side or the other neighbor's side?
It's higher on the neighbor to the right side. It's
So it would potentially be like 7 foot on your side, give or take.
No, it's 5 foot. 5 foot. There's maybe 6 inches or so of just wall above the high side, but the difference between of elevation at the one side of the wall to the other side of the wall, the maximum is 5 foot difference.
So you're only thinking there's a projection of about 6 inches above on
Yeah,
the
probably
neighbor's
6
side.
inches above there. You know,
All right.
there would probably be some sort of railing or fencing there to prevent people from inadvertently.
I think that's what the
walking.
shrubs are
Yeah, and
supposed
the
to do,
shrubs-
right?
The shrubs help that too, yes.
And lastly, we show a 15-foot side lot, right? It's kind of misleading, right? Because you're going to the property line, but really the retaining wall would be in there too. So it's not really 15 foot. It's probably a side lot of maybe 10 or 11, right?
Well, it's 10 foot from the building. That's the way, that's the setback is defined to the building.
Right. You're asking for a variance, right? So 10 foot from the property line variance would be, the retaining wall really should be 10 foot from the property line, right? Not 2.5 feet.
Well, even with the variance, the setback is still 15 feet. It's just the property is 10 foot wider. There's no, the setback would still remain at 15 feet. We could make the building 60 foot wide if we had 90 feet instead of 50 foot wide.
Just to be clear, the only variance being requested this evening is that your lot is in total 80 foot wide and you need 90 feet for this building.
That's correct.
That's correct.
In
No-
this,
no setback relief.
No setback relief.
Right.
Yep, no setback.
Oh, okay, but I'll hold that for my comments. Thanks.
We appreciate that.
Oh, yep.
Good evening, Matt Henderson. I live at 115 East Wall Street. Just curious, it seems like you've said you've made some accommodations to the neighborhood regarding, making changes and from 6 to 4 units and making it from, 11 parking spaces to 6. I'm looking at the building and I'm saying to myself, these balconies along the side, they're staring out into your neighbors as they walk out the front door. Has there been any thought about removing the balconies on the building?
I would leave that to Mr. Zaworski. That's a question that he would be able to answer.
Okay. That's my question.
Okay.
Hi there, Dr. Michael Pipestone. I live at 1130 West Market Street. The spelling of my last name is Pipestone. My question is for the engineer, and please don't misunderstand that I'm impugning your credentials. I'm just trying to understand the expertise of an engineer. What experience do you have in underground surveys, say, of trees?
Underground survey of trees.
Can you get a little closer to the microphone, please?
Sure.
Oh, no, the witness.
I'm not sure what you're asking. Underground survey of trees.
My concern, if I can elaborate, is just that you have mentioned that you were not going to touch this tree that's existing on the back of the property. And I fully trust that you've thought through the angles and how you're going to approach things, bringing in the equipment to lay the hard pack and such for the driveway and the parking lot. My question is about the root structure of the tree. And if you're not familiar with the soil capacity of the site because we haven't drilled down, if you're not necessarily intimately familiar with the root system of the tree, my question is, how will we know that the impermeable cover will not affect the health of the tree long term?
The parking lot is only on the surface. It's only a foot thick, so it's not going down deep where the roots are.
Okay.
That I assume there would be some roots in that area. The majority, the main part of the roots there, like say, we're 22 feet from the property line, so basically 22 feet from the tree. So there is the main root system there is there's no parking lot over.
Okay. And in terms of the amount of area that this tree would soak up water for to support itself, because this is, as I understand it, a 100-year-old tree. It's quite large. It's taller than either of the houses proposed or already on the neighboring site. Do you know how much of the water that tree would not be able to absorb because of the impermeable ground cover you propose?
If you can answer that question, I don't know if he's been admitted as an expert and as an arborist.
Yeah, I'm not an arborist. and-
Okay.
Yeah.
So then that leads me to my last question. Have we consulted an arborist before undertaking these plans?
Such a study wouldn't be needed for a zoning relief.
So the answer would be no. Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Anybody else?
Bill Shire. Excuse me. SCHEIRER, 1890 Eaton Avenue. I have a question. Is there any other apartment buildings in that block presently?
There's a series of row homes to the south, 9 row homes.
Okay, but not apartment buildings?
No.
No. So would you agree that this would be a new use for that block?
Well, it's a residential use, so it's,
But it's not the same kind of residential use.
well, it's a different, I guess it's a different classification for it. I mean, if you're looking at the exhibits here, it looks like one of the other buildings there. It's very similarities in structure and design to the other buildings.
You're saying it looks like the other buildings in the block, exactly like the other buildings in the block?
None of the buildings look exactly like each other. They're all different. Everybody built their own building and puts their own unique flair on it, and so that's what makes it a neighborhood, that they're all different.
So you would argue that the scale of the building is the same as the rest of the block? The mass?
The height is about the same. I mean, it's a larger than at least the single families and twins. It's not larger than the townhouse, which is 9 units or 180 feet.
Forgive me. Are you aware of a sentence in the ordinance that is not quoted as often as it should be? That a variance shall not be injurious to the neighborhood.
I'm not sure.
That's a
that-
question.
Right, well, I guess that's up to the zoning hearing board to decide if there's actually injury involved here. I'm not sure I see the injury. in this
You do
case.
not see the injury,
No, I do not.
even though this building is materially different to the block, thereby changing the character of the block, and it's not injurious to at least some people?
I'm sure.
The question's been asked and answered. and
That's a
I don't-
question.
I don't know if Mr. Shire has standing here today. I've been-
Is there an objection?
There is. I've been lenient with people who have come up who are not in the immediate proximity.
Okay, so that old thing comes up again.
So
All right, I live at 1890 Eaton Avenue. I do not live within or own property within 300 feet of the property. There is something in the ordinance about posting of the property within 300 feet. There is nothing in the ordinance that says that any citizen of the city of Bethlehem who does not live within 300 feet of the property shall not be permitted to testify. And I don't want to hear about Erie County case law again. Erie County has no business dictating how we operate in the city of Bethlehem. That is my response.
Sir, an objection was made to your standing. I understand what you're saying about the zoning ordinance, but there's a state law that governs how these hearings are conducted. And the individual who is opposing the application has to prove that they are adversely affected by it.
Yes, I am. I'm terribly offended.
Well, the proximity of your property to the property that's subject to this application under state law is relevant. So how close is how far is your property from the subject property?
It's more than 300 feet.
Well, how far is it?
I didn't bother to calculate an estimate. Generally, I'm allowed to speak at these hearings. Occasionally, somebody brings it up. The last time it came up, Jim Preston said, "I object." Oh, never mind.
Well, he's made objection. He has not said never mind yet. So he has the legal right to make the objection.
Yes, and I have, I think, a right to
Sir, if you do
respond
not-
to it.
What I'll tell you is if you do not provide testimony about how far your property is from the residence,
Oh, my goodness.
then we will sustain the objection.
You mean you have no idea how far away? I live almost on the corner of Eaton Avenue and Beverly Avenue. I would guess, let's say a mile. Okay?
So the objection's been raised. I'd like to consult with the chairman of the board, and then we will render a decision on the objection. Is there anything else you want to say relative to the objection?
Okay, yeah, the board will decide whether or not I am entitled to object.
The board will decide whether or not you meet the definition for the legal standing.
Meet what definition?
Sir, I've articulated what the municipality's planning code says.
Yeah, something about having an interest. Okay, well then let me say what my interest is. I care about the city of Bethlehem. And everything you do, I know you don't like to talk about precedents. You always say, oh, it's only about this particular property. But everything you do, and you know you're a quasi-judicial, everything you do sets a precedent. At a recent hearing, we heard for an hour from Mr. Dwayne Wagner, interrogated by Jim Preston, about precedents concerning Hanover Avenue. 1 hour. And you can't claim that you don't set precedents. And if you approve this variance,
Sir,
you are setting a precedent.
we understand your point. Attorney Scamilio, anything you want to add relative to the objection?
Nothing else.
All right, sure. Actually, so the board's going to adjourn very briefly for discussion executive session. A question of whom? We're not done with that part yet. Yeah. So if you want to ask a question later on, when we come back, this is not the end of that process.
We're off the record.
So you'll have your chance, sir. All right.
All right.
I'd like to go back on record. We'll move back on record. I guess I'd like to ask for a member of the board for a motion.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to sustain the objection.
Second.
Mr. Schneck?
Yes.
Dr. Van Wert?
Yes.
Ms. Joseph?
Yes.
Ms. Wiles Young?
Yes.
Mr. Walk?
No.
So, sir.
Thank you, sir.
The objection has been sustained. You do not have standing.
All right.
Your time.
Now you see me and now you don't.
So, for the general public's benefit, I want to be very, very clear because there were statements made about the law as a part of that of his statements. There is state law that dictates how close you are to the property, dictates whether you can participate in this process. If the board violates that law, it could give them grounds for appeal to take this up on court and to fight it up there, and ultimately either have it remanded back to this court or have the decision remanded. So while the decision of the board may feel like they're trying to preclude someone from talking, they're trying to keep a clean record. And they're trying to keep a non-appealable case so that ultimately whatever is done tonight will be upheld by a court.
One
Sir,
final,
you
one
don't have
final
standing.
question.
We're done.
I'm not familiar with state law on this matter. Would you kindly send me a citation for the state law that I can look it up?
It will be addressed in our written opinion.
Sorry?
It will be addressed in our written opinion.
Okay, will I still get a copy of it? I
You will
did sign
absolutely-
up.
You will absolutely still get a copy of it.
Thank you, sir.
We have Mr. Shaw's address, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he said it. Yep.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think that gentleman had a
All
question.
right. Any other questions?
We had one.
Oh, a couple. Yeah.
Yep.
Hi, my name is Maggie Regal. I'm a resident of 1130 West Market Street in West Bethlehem. My question has to do with the parking spots and you saying that there are 6 total parking spots, one of is which a handicap parking spot?
Correct.
And you're saying that people who park in those parking spots will have to walk around the building to the front entrance because there's no back entrance?
That's correct.
Are there any sidewalks that go from the parking lot to the front of the building?
Yes, that's the long side of the wall there on the,
I didn't see that in the rendering of the photos though.
It may not be in the rendering, but it is in the engineering.
it's in the engineering drawings, yes.
So a person in a wheelchair could technically access the front of the building from the handicap parking spot in the parking lot.
Yes, it's handicap accessible from the spot all the way to the front door. And then they would have to have a first floor apartment.
And in the photos of the rendering, it doesn't look like there's much room between those bushes that you say you want to plant and the balcony of the first floor. That looks very small. I mean, I don't know if you can zoom in.
Just remember, it's got to be a question.
I'm just asking if there will be a sidewalk that will go from the disability parking spot to the front entrance of the building.
Yes,
And that is in accordance with the amount of space that you're allotted.
yes. And it's,
Will you provide another rendering with that sidewalk to see how it looks and how it meets up against the side of the yard?
It's noted in the engineering plans that we've submitted.
Why isn't it included in the rendering of this photo?
The rendering, there's no requirement for a rendering. The rendering is our submission to show the structure as to where it would look.
When the board grants or denies the application, it's based off of the plan, not the rendering.
Okay, thank you very much.
Questions?
Hello, my name is Chris Devlin, 250 8th Avenue. So like catty corner to the property. When you get rid of the curb cut, how many more parking spaces do you suspect that will add to the neighborhood?
well, there are, the the property is wide enough for 3 spaces. A standard parallel parking space is defined as 22 feet by the city. So we have 80 feet, so we can get 3 full spaces in.
But how many more than are already available now?
Well, just one.
Just one.
Just you can park in front of what the driveway is now.
Okay. And how far do you have to park away from a curb cut? So that next driveway up there. Yes, that one. How far, if I parallel park or park there, how far do I have to be from their curb cut?
I think as long as you're clear of the driveway, if they park in front of the said property here, then you're not going to be in front of their driveway. As long as you're parking in front of the 241 8th Avenue property, then you'll be clear of the driveway.
I'm not sure if that answers my question. I believe that the distance is 5 feet from a curb cut. That's more of a statement than a question.
No, that's okay. If you're asking him, he knows that.
I guess I do not know the answer to that.
So it's safe to say that getting rid of the curb cut is only going to bring one more parking space to the neighbor. Because right there now, see where that telephone pole is? You're not supposed to park there. So people don't really park. So that's not parking area already. So all you're going to have is that driveway now is going to be a regular curb. So you could fit maybe one more car, but who knows the size of the truck some of these guys are driving nowadays.
I believe the reason that you're not allowed to park between the driveways now is it's not a full length of a car.
Maybe a Mini Cooper.
Maybe a Mini Cooper.
Okay, so that was just basically my question. How many more parking spaces would getting rid of the curb cut bring to the neighborhood?
Just one.
The answer is one.
And I think the board here is 1.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else with questions for the engineer?
Hi, I'm Kathy Russo, 548th Avenue, Bethlehem. I just had one question. Being 2 stories, does it have to have 2 means of egress from the second floor apartment? I don't see 2 means of egress from the second floor apartments. Are they required? Fire
That,
code?
that would be a building.
Yeah.
Bring that closer.
Yeah. So again, the questions that speaks to the director of the board, but we're trying to help people understand what we're here for tonight. The plan's going to go through a lot of
Only the
different
variance.
reviews. Right now, we're here for a zoning variance on the lot width.
Okay.
If they go through here, they'll have to go through land development, and then ultimately, even after that, building code review.
Okay.
And that's a great question relative to building code review,
Thank
but
you.
it's not very relevant for tonight.
Thank you.
Good question, though. We appreciate it.
Questions? All right. You have other witnesses?
I do. Well, can we switch seats? Sir, please state your name for the record. No, let it go.
Okay. D. Martin Zaworski.
And Mr. Zaworski, are you the member of Abida Properties on 8th LLC?
Yes, I am.
Victor, can you spell? I'm sorry. Spell his last name.
Sure.
ZAWARSKI.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry about that.
And is Abida Properties on 8th LLC the owner of 241 8th Avenue?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, you're asking this board to grant you a variance for the lot width of 10 feet, correct?
Yes.
And you have submitted renderings and engineering drawings regarding the proposed development, correct?
Yes.
And that rendering that we have is to scale of the building on the lot. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Looking at it from 8th Avenue, it has a facade on it. What is the facade of the intended development?
The entire front is brick.
As it's depicted in the rendering, is that how you would build the property?
Yes, it is.
And you would accept that as a condition of the request for the variance relief?
Yes, I would.
If we go to the architectural plans, we see the rear elevation. What is the material on the rear elevation?
Siding, vinyl siding.
And you would build to that design that you have in your architectural plans, correct?
That is correct.
And the side elevations, what is the material on the side elevations?
That is also vinyl siding.
And again, you would build to the design as you've submitted to the zoning hearing board?
Yes, I would.
There was a question raised by a member of the public regarding the balconies and their locations. Is it your intent to build the balconies as designed?
Yes, it is.
And why the balconies where they are located?
Because of the floor layout, it was the best situation to place them on the side of the family room. There's another building in the city that I viewed, exact same building, built by another builder developer that has them towards coming off of the bedroom, but that seems very awkward. And so I didn't want to do that.
When we look at the rendering and the house to the north where the balcony is, it's not in there in the line of sight of the building to the north, correct?
Correct.
And then when we look to the south where the balcony is, other than when you get to the middle of the building to the south, there are no windows directly facing those balconies, correct?
That is correct.
Now, we had, there's concerns obviously about occupancy. And what is your intent with the leasing of these units?
I've had apartments my entire life. And with a 2-bedroom unit like this, I can't imagine there being a family of 4 in there with 2 adults and 2 children. It'd be a mix between, at the most, a 3-person household and even a 1-person household.
Are you willing to put a cap as to renting to 2 adults and a maximum of 2 children?
Yes.
And the size of the building, there's no desire to increase from what the engineering plans that you have submitted, correct?
That is correct.
And when we look inside on the floor plan, what is the dimension of the units?
Each unit is around 1,200 square feet, with the building being 50 by 50. That's 2,500 square feet. Divided by 2 is 1,250. And then, of course, minus the stairs and hallway. So it's just a hair under 1,200 square feet.
And you have the entranceway facing 8th Avenue?
That is correct.
Correct. And you've heard comments about the concern over the entrance being in the front, but the parking lot in the rear. We've heard testimony through Mr. Albright regarding the sidewalk. Is it your intent to build the sidewalk as designed in the engineering plans?
Yes, it is.
And that to be accessible for both able-bodied and disabled body individuals?
That is correct. The front door is a 3'6" door. All interior doors are 3-foot doors.
To allow for people who may need apparatus to assist, correct?
That is correct.
And let's talk about the neighborhood. We have a photo here with the different properties on 8th Avenue. let's talk about the properties that are on the bottom row. Is that a section of 9 row homes?
Yes, it is.
And they are all attached properties, correct?
That is correct.
If we are able to go down, Mr. Taylor, to 220 to 214, it's not on this photo. We would have to go through the Gmail or the Google Maps. I'm sorry. And we have photos that we can give to the board as well. On 220 to 214 8th Avenue, there's also another section of row homes, correct?
That is correct.
And in this photo here, there are 4 connected units.
That's correct.
And the last one to the north there is that a 3-story building?
No, to the south.
I'm sorry, to the south. Okay. If we look at 212 to 204 8th Avenue,
Mhm.
is that a 5-unit connected row home?
Yes, it is.
And that has some of the structures are 3 stories?
They're all 3 stories.
Okay. If we went on to Lehigh Drive, there are apartment buildings right down at the end of 8th Avenue, correct?
Correct.
Both in what's shown and in the other direction, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Correct.
And so the unit that the building you're looking to do is less than the 5-unit row home, correct?
Correct.
And less than the apartment buildings on Lehigh.
Correct.
And it's capped at 4 units where you would have 2 adults and 2 children capped as occupants, correct?
That is correct.
Now, let's talk about the existing structure. On this lot, which is a big lot for this street, there's a single-family home on it, correct?
That is correct.
We've talked about the issues regarding the foundation of the house. Can you explain that in more detail, please?
In the rear, directly underneath the pressure-treated deck, there is a crack going from the top of foundation down to the footer where the concrete wall is displaced approximately 6 inches.
What would that necessitate by way of repairs?
The house itself has to be jacked up a little bit. The wall has to be cut, or the deck has to come off. It has to be excavated. The framing material for the first floor has to be supported. And then you remove the wall, you pour in a new wall, and you put the structure back together. Build another deck, regrade.
You've been in the construction industry for how long, sir?
My whole life.
And you've built single-family homes?
Single family, multifamily, yes.
And what would the estimate of cost to do this repair? What would that arise to?
Over $40,000.
And then that's not even touching a remodel of the interior of the building itself, the single family now.
That's correct.
So for you to do the fix on the foundation would be approximately $40,000.
Correct.
And you couldn't leave the foundation issue as is right now and rent that unit, could you?
No.
Why not?
There are structural problems there. And it's not in the footer because the top of the wall lines up. My assumption by looking at it is that maybe it was a substandard concrete that caused it to break and then displace as much as it did. And what puzzled me is you see how much foundation is exposed. So there isn't a heavy load of soil that's pushing in towards the building that caused this. And so that's why I came to the conclusion that it's substandard concrete, and the whole house was built to substandard conditions.
So the current condition of the existing structure and the size of the lot are areas of hardship that you're raising with this board tonight in the request for the 10-foot variance.
That's correct.
You have the engineering exhibits that have been submitted, and you are committed to building the building in conformity with the exhibits that you have submitted, obviously subject to land development and building code requirements, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
We talked before about the reduction in size from 6 units to 4 units. Why did you make that decision to reduce it?
One, because of the concerns raised by the neighborhood, the people that live in the neighborhood. And it does bring it more in conformity to the properties more closely surrounding it. There are 3-story buildings on the street. 3 stories are allowed. But I thought it would be best to get my approvals is to meet some of the needs of the neighbors. And I believe I've done that.
So when we talk about the alley to the back, at the Planning Commission, there were concerns raised about driving and exiting to the south of the alley on Carter Street. And in response to that, you've agreed to have a right turn only exit.
Correct. Where Carter Street ends and you make the turn to get onto 9th, it turns into a stone alley that was given up by the city. So it's not paved. So I'd venture to say that even if I didn't put in that stipulation about right turns only, that when people would leave the parking lot, they would go right.
Now, there's been a question raised regarding your enforcement of that right turn only. What could you do to have your occupants abide by that requirement? Would you put it on a terms and conditions with your leases?
I could do that, yes.
And you would agree to use that as a condition?
Absolutely.
Okay. There were concerns raised about the number of children walking to school. You would raise that and make the occupants aware of that?
Yes.
And we talked about the tree in the back, and I know you're not an arborist, but it is your intent to, when you have reduced the occupants and reduced the number of parking spaces, to shift the lot to the south of the parking lot to the south of the lot. It's to preserve that tree.
Yes, yes. In stripping the lot, I didn't want to damage the root structure. So by reducing the parking lot, eliminates any damage to the root structure. And if you would look at the alleyway behind the tree, you will not see any displacement of the macadam that a lot of trees do cause. Correct, right in that area. So it's a deep-rooted tree.
And by your shifting that, it's the effort to preserve that tree, correct?
Yes.
And We heard about the curb cut in the front. You're willing to remove that and re-curb that section so that it is one uniform solid curb?
Absolutely.
And the only variance you're requesting is the 10-foot lot width accommodation?
Correct.
And no other variances will be needed to effectuate this building as you have presented to the board tonight?
That's correct. I only need one variance.
I have no other questions.
Questions from the board?
I just asked before about how much you're planning to, and not an exact cost, but how much you're planning to lease them for if it's affordable.
The units would be approximately $2,000 a month.
In your, in your original proposal, you had 11 parking spots, right?
Correct.
And now you have 6. Did you lessen the size of the parking lot?
Yes.
You did.
Yes.
Okay.
The parking is only on one side of, let's call it the entrance, whereas before parking was on both sides.
But the actual, so sorry if this is the actual lot was bigger to accommodate that parking.
The
Like,
parking lot was bigger to accommodate 11 parking spaces.
So there's no way to fit additional parking back in the lot as proposed at the moment.
I could add additional parking.
Okay.
And I wouldn't object to that, but that creates a problem of maybe damaging the tree. I'm not a tree expert. I'm not an arborist.
Mhm.
But the tree may be damaged as you dig in that area to put the stone down. There's also a problem with, well, how much water, I heard mentioned earlier, how much water is the tree receiving to sustain itself? That may change that, although, I wouldn't know.
So your reasoning for lesser parking spots is to accommodate the health of this tree, which seems to be a community concern.
And that I meet the requirement as to how many parking spaces I need.
Okay. Is there additional, it looked like I wrote it down somewhere, but if you could zoom out a little bit, is there an additional parking lot 257? Is that a parking lot in the back of Carter?
Those are driveways that the individual homes use.
Okay. But people drive down Carter to park somewhere back there.
It looks like there are
Correct. At the previous planning commission hearing, the residents stated that they shovel the snow off of that alley to access their parking area in the back, and they park in the back because they can't park in the front because of the configuration of units. If you look at that 9-unit building, you can't park anywhere in the street in front of it. If you look at the 5-unit and 4-unit building, you can't park in front of there because it's all driveway and curb cuts.
So do you have a plan to plow Carter Avenue then?
Yes, I will be plowing that to get to my parking lot so my tenants could get in and out.
Okay. All right. I think that's all. Thank you.
My question, I think the chair tried to get at before and did, but I just would like to hear it from you. The thing I'm struggling with is, according to your request for a variance, it's supposed to be that there's no possibility that the property can be developed in strict conformity with the provisions of the zoning ordinance, and a variance is therefore necessary to enable the reasonable use of the property. Why can you not develop this into a 1 or 2-unit building? What is preventing you from doing that?
In going with, let's say, 2 single-family homes, all that would be required is a 5-foot setback on the side yard. The property to the north is 7 feet off of the property line. So that would leave you 12 feet between their house and my building. And then there would be no restrictions as to, well, the only restriction to height would be 3 stories. So I could build a 3-story building by right. And anything anybody says here wouldn't change that. So I believe this is a better use for this property.
Thank you for your answer.
Yeah. She kind of stole my question.
If you ask it in a different manner.
Ask it in a different way.
No, but yeah. You kind of went over the repair to return it to a single family. Where did you get your $40,000 number?
Like I said, I've been in this business since the day I was born.
All right.
And I built thousands of homes. I know my costs.
Okay.
And the restoration of this house, the bathroom would have to be redone, the kitchen. I'm not comfortable with the floor joists. If you look at it, it's aluminum siding. I mean, aluminum siding went out like 40 years ago. Expenses would be super high.
Is this property vacant?
Yes, it is.
How long has it been vacant for?
Since I bought it. So 10 months, a year maybe.
But before that, it was occupied.
By 2 elderly people. They had 1 child.
Mm-hmm.
They passed and it was sold by them.
And then was there ever consideration to rebuild a single family home or split the lot and do 2 single family homes?
It was a thought. And I know the zoning book fairly well. This is an approved use in a district that allows this use.
Mm-hmm.
I just need a de minimis variance.
Can I ask?
Yeah.
Am I allowed to research? So one thing, you said you're around $2,000 a month, right?
Correct.
Is that similar to other units? I guess so. Here's like what I'm getting at. I think Bethlehem has a real affordable housing crisis, right? We need affordable housing. It's
Absolutely.
one of the reasons I got onto this board. That number seems high. I also think I have to swallow that that's probably the cost of living at this point. But you're going to build this and you're confident that these are going to rent at that price.
There are units comparable to this that they're pushing the market at $2,250.
So you would argue that $2,000 is affordable housing. And I'm just, once again, it's not.
You know what? I can't.
I think it seems crazy to everybody, but
It's
in the day
$5
that we're
a loaf
living
of
in,
bread.
I
you know,
know.
It's market housing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Market.
I guess that's
This
a better way.
this is
to-
workforce housing. Yes.
Yes, it's comparable. You are not outpricing or
No.
undercutting, I guess. Okay, thank you.
Questions from the audience?
For the audience benefit, if you spoke before, you don't have to give your address again. Just state your name though, please, for the record.
Thank you, Brian Foley. Mentioned you've been in construction your whole life. So you said you plan to demolish the single family home. So how long is the construction process of demolishing the home? Then when would you expect building to begin and end? And during this entire time, would there be construction vehicles on 8th Avenue taking up parking spaces during that time? And how long will the sidewalk be affected here? Because we do have several children and people with disabilities on our block that need to use that sidewalk.
The construction process for the building would be 6 to 7 months. I could take the house down tomorrow, but I still have to go through all the approvals. So, if I add that into the equation, that could be another 3 months. But the construction of the building would be 6 months typically.
And during that time, how much of the block would need to be taken up with construction vehicles?
Typically, the trades, I can't imagine more than 2 trucks per trade. Of course, you have the delivery trucks, but a lot of them could also park in the back.
And have you considered, you mentioned there's 6 parking spaces, one of which is handicapped. You're only adding 1 additional space in front of the house. So
I think it's more like 2, but that's my own personal.
Well, in front of the house right now, there are already 2 spots. So you're only adding 1 by getting rid of the driveway. So have you considered that if there are 2 bedrooms per unit and there's 4 units, even with just 2 drivers per unit, you'll need at least 2 cars on the street, 3 if no one is using the handicap spot. But you could also have up to 3 drivers per house, which would need an additional 6 cars on the street. So have you considered how that's going to affect the current residents, the traffic on the block, and again, how that's going to affect our students and disabled folks, using our block for transportation?
So I can tell you that the plan as submitted complies with the parking requirements of the city of Bethlehem.
Okay. And I know you mentioned that there are row homes and townhouses that you've referred to, all of which on that block provide their own off-street parking. So I'm confused as to why that was a consideration in your defense.
I don't understand your question. Please repeat it.
Excuse me? Yeah, well,
there are a lot. Okay.
Any other questions?
Hi, Kathleen Russo. I just had a quick question. I heard you talk about the 4-unit apartments and the possibility of 2 single homes. What about a twin? I mean, because you're talking about 2 separate homes and they could be so close together and space-wise, you have a width problem going on. 2 twins. It's just another, I don't know if you've given any consideration to that. And they could be homeowner residences rather than rentals.
If it would be a property that I would sell, I would have no control over who buys it and how many people live there. Whereas I have total control of a rental apartment. And I'd venture to say that out of the 4 units, 2 of the units are going to have a single person living there with 1 car.
You could have 2 twins and rent them if you don't want to sell them, if you want that control over the number of people. Just another.
Could.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Jenny Chow. I live up the street on 350 8th Avenue. So I've heard the argument today that, because row homes exist, that it'd be okay to build more. But that doesn't really justify adding more just because there are row homes and we're talking about an apartment building. I also moved away from 4th Avenue to 8th Avenue.
So ma'am, I hate to say it. I mean, is it a question or a statement?
Yes, there's a question.
Okay.
But I was prefacing it by saying I moved away from 4th Avenue to get away from density and rental units. So given that, can you please explain how a 4-unit building with A rear parking lot will affect the scale, the character, the privacy and property value of my street, and also the safety and connectivity of the backyards and the kids who walk across them. That's how all the backyards are set up right now. You know, kids kind of like trek through neighbors' properties. It's a safe space to play. The grass is continuous. With a parking lot, that would really change the safety for our kids. So if you could answer that.
So there were a couple questions
Yeah, I
in
was
there.
gonna say,
Which
so that's what we call a compound question. So when you were leading up to it, so
Sure.
what's the question? If you want to ask us more than one question, but I mean,
How will the 4-unit building affect the character, privacy, and property value of the street?
I would venture to say that the resale value of my building would be more than 50% of the housing on that street.
But you're not planning to sell it.
No, I'm not planning on selling it. But
it goes to the value. You asked a question about, the value, and that's
I'm not asking about the property value of the apartment building. I'm asking about the property value of the homes in that neighborhood.
okay. So let me see if I can. Are you able to answer the impact of the apartment building on the surrounding property values?
I don't think this would negatively impact the values, knowing the housing stock on the rest of the street.
I don't agree with that, but could you comment on the privacy of the neighborhood and the openness?
When you have building that's 9 continuous units, how much privacy is there with that? And then across the street from that is a 5-unit 3-story building and a 5-unit a 4-unit 3-story building.
I understand, but those homes have been there for many, many decades, and they're townhomes. They're not apartment units. So just because they exist doesn't mean we should add more.
And maybe I don't understand the question about privacy.
I'm talking about like the space and openness of the property lots for each of our homes.
I would venture to say that if you look at the lot coverage, which we talked about earlier, and compared to the rest of the property, that I cover less ground than 75% of the homes on that block of that street.
That's fine. I'm done. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I hope I can. Diane Fagley, hoping I can get through this before my phone dies. I'll just start with my first question regarding you're saying that it's going to cost $40,000. I looked at this property also, and the realtor for this property provided me an estimate that they were kind enough to get because they understood that the foundation was going to be a significant issue. Did you receive the copy of the estimate dated 8/21/2024 from Goliath Tech in the amount of $18,000?
That's correct.
So why are you predicting it would cost you double?
Because that was just the cost of taking care of the foundation.
Well, right. And that was the question that was asked of you earlier. It was about what the cost on fixing the foundation was.
Yes, and I gave my answer at 40,000.
Families such as mine did look at this property and were interested in raising our families in a single family home in this neighborhood. So speaking of this neighborhood and single family homes, how many white brick single family homes or even townhouses do you say? I'm questioning the choice of white brick in a historic district. Yeah, but again, have you been to this property? I know that you're a big developer and you probably have a lot of people that work for you, but have you personally driven through this neighborhood?
I walked up and down the alley. I walked up and down 8th Avenue. I built a twin on 9th Avenue, right where that stone alley.
Oh, is that also off-white brick? I'm just questioning the design choice. It looks like a poorly designed 1980s Tudor home, and I don't think it really fits the aesthetic of our neighborhood. So I would just,
Well, I take that as I do take that as a compliment. It looked like a single family Tudor home.
yeah,
Thank you.
but I don't understand why you've commented continuously about the townhomes on this street. Why would you not build 2 townhomes with off-street parking so that you would not negatively impact the neighbors? You seem to be so overly concerned about the neighbors, and
I
yet
could build a.
Hold on. Let her finish her question. Right.
thank you. Like you keep expressing concern for the neighbors, but your choice is to build a 4-story apartment building 4-unit apartment building instead of 2 townhouses, which, as you've pointed out again and again, are readily, it fits the neighborhood, or this particular block, I should say.
I don't know.
So the question is, why 4 units instead of townhomes? You guys, all of you, have talked again and again about townhomes, and I don't think anybody here would be here if you had said you were building 2 townhomes. Why not 2 townhomes? How much money do you need to make?
There would still need to be variance relief for 2 twins.
I guarantee you would have 1/10 of the number of people in this room if you'd come in here asking for a variance to build 2 twin houses.
2 twin homes still have the same 4 families.
2 twin homes would have 2 families.
2 twins.
It's a twin. You can't put
2
four
twins.
twin homes on this property. You could have put a twin on this property and you could have had 2 families. So
Any other questions?
yeah, that was a question.
Oh, yeah.
What's the cost to demolish this building?
I'm going to object. I don't know how the cost of demolition.
Well, we keep hearing about the costs, and they seem very relevant to Mr. Zworsky. So why would they not be relevant to us as we try to preserve the integrity of our neighborhood?
So there's an objection as to whether or not the cost of demolition is relevant to the application, which relates to the width of the lot, and I would sustain the objection. It's not relevant. The cost of the foundation, all those things, that's relevant relative to the utility of the building. The demolition cost would not be relevant legally.
Okay. So one of the many reasons I stopped practicing law. Anyway, going back to the sidewalk and the balconies on the north side of the property, when we look at the distance between the property line and the building as far as what's permissible, are we measuring to the balcony or are we measuring to the building?
That would be a question for Mr. Albright.
It's to the building.
Can you say it in the microphone, please?
It would be to the building, not the balconies.
Okay, so if it's supposed to be 15 feet to the building and then the balconies are, 4 feet, you really then only have 11 feet between the balcony and the property line.
But we meet the 15-foot setback. Balconies are not included.
No, I understand. I'm just trying to understand, like, from the perspective of the people who live next door and are going to have this balcony encroaching. I'm trying to understand how this affects.
Okay, well, then the balcony would be 11 feet. I'm presuming it's 4 feet. I'm not sure.
Do we know the width of the balconies?
It's 4 feet.
Oh, okay, good guess. Okay, so you have 11 feet. And then in that 11 feet on the north side, you have the walkway from the back of the property to the front.
Yes.
Okay, and we're looking at 4 units, and you said you would limit to 4 people. So potentially we have 16 people trekking from the parking lot to the property line. Is that correct?
Yes. Okay, well, then the balcony would be 11 feet. I'm not sure.
Do we know the width of the balconies?
I'm
Okay, in that 11-foot egress to the front of the building. Have you considered maybe putting that, the like access to the building in the back of the property so that you don't have all that traffic from the back to the front?
Yes, I did. And aesthetically, I didn't think that would be proper. It looks better having the entrance face 8th Avenue.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions?
My name is George Rivera, JORGERIVERA, 236 9th Ave. My question to you is, you say you've walked the area, the streets, the alleys. Have you walked them at night? Particularly 8th Avenue.
I've walked areas of that at night, not the entirety as I did during the day.
Okay. 'Cause from the pictures, it looks like there's so much parking. It's a little bit different at night if 8th is anything like 9th, when everybody comes home from work. I have 3 vehicles. I can barely park my work truck on my own street. You know, I can't imagine 8th being any different. Also, my property is Walton Street, the alley in question here. I technically own half of it, apparently, since the city won't take care of it. But you say you're gonna plow all of Carter Street.
No, I didn't say that.
When it snows, Carter, not Walton, Carter. So if you do get snow, you said someone said they'll take care of the plowing. That way the tenants can get to the back of their parking.
I sort of said something like that. I would plow from the east-west alley
of Martin
to my parking area.
Okay. And then you'll back up and you'll make that turn and come back out of Martin.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. I'm not aware if Walton is private. All the people who live near me, we drive up and down that street. If you can see where the between Carter and Walton, you see that big old pond right there? That's from, again, the city not taking ownership of it. That's from plow trucks coming through there, degrading the street. And my concern is, you say you're going to put a one-way right hand only, but I don't think that's going to, I'll do it. But I think when people do come and go, is there anything you can do besides say, hey, sign a contract? Is there anything you can do to enforce it, let's say?
I don't know what else I could do.
Okay, because that is, there's only one car that's going to fit. So if someone's leaving and someone's coming, somebody's got to make a choice on who's going to go. And that's just going to be more of a hassle for anybody, not just your tenants.
I absolutely took it into consideration. In fact, I had plans drawn by the engineer with parking in the front of 8th Avenue and the building pushed back. But then in the zoning ordinance, it says if there is an alley, parking must be in the rear. Not should,
Okay.
must.
Also, you mentioned there's a handicap parking and the bottom is wheelchair accessible. Is there a ramp going into the front doors for a wheelchair?
That was testified to that
Okay.
sidewalk is compliant.
The sidewalk up into the doors, so wheelchair can get from the back all the way into their apartment.
Correct.
Okay. Also, this is my last question. You mentioned rent will be about $2,000 a month per unit.
Correct.
Is that something that is dictated by you or a realtor or something?
It's dictated by the market.
Okay. And before I owned 236, I've rented at many places, a lot of apartment complexes, and every year they go up a certain percentage. So this year might be 2,000, next year might be 21, the next year might be 22, etc.
Absolutely.
So is that going to affect the housing market? Let's say in 5 years, if your units are now $2,600, for example, per month.
I don't know the question.
The question.
I'm just asking, bringing these 4 units here to this property at $2,000 a month with the rate, most, don't quote, well, I can't say that, but most places in an apartment complex, they will raise your rent every single month. So if you're saying $2,000 now, this year, in 5 years, if they're still raising it, is that going to bring, the neighbor, they want to rent a house, or someone else is trying to come into the community to rent a house? You're renting yours for over time, it's going to grow. Is that going to make their house be a $2,600 house, or et cetera?
I don't know if he can testify to what rent on his property does to other properties that he doesn't control. So I would object to that question.
Okay, that's just my concern.
Maybe I could answer it
If you can answer.
simply.
Yeah, I was considering the objection, but if the objection is withdrawn, you can answer it.
All boats rise with the tide. Small boats, big boats, little boats. If the tide, if there's a push upwards, it's going to affect everything. Smaller homes and larger homes.
Okay. But also bringing in more homes at X amount of dollars is going to affect the other homes, correct?
Yeah. What I would say is future market rates relative to rentals may not be relevant to this application.
Okay. All right, that's my only question. Are you able to make statements later?
Yeah, you obviously have a chance to make a
Okay,
statement
thank you.
later, sir. Yes.
My name is Kirsten, Kirsten Mondillo, Mondillo. I live in the property directly behind 241 8th Avenue, so I live on 9th Ave. Do you have a picture of what the parking lot is going to look like? Do you have a photo of that?
We don't have a rendering of that. We have the engineering plans that show that.
Can you pull that up? So the parking spaces are behind the retaining wall,
Correct.
coming forward. Oh, sorry. So obviously I didn't buy my house with the intention of looking at a parking lot. So I'm not super pumped about having a parking lot behind my house. My concern is regarding the snowplow, because as Joelle said, we have issues. The alley is only 12 feet wide, and that's at the widest point of the alley. So there are other parts of the alley that are only 10 feet wide. And considering that parking on 9th Avenue is non-existent, I oftentimes have to park behind my house. So when I park behind my house, if I come down Martin and then turn onto Carter and then pull into my property, excuse me, if there's a plow or another resident who's coming from that area and making a right-hand turn, we're at a stalemate, because I can't go around them, because these are outdated photos, and all of my neighbors, since this has happened, all of my neighbors put up giant white fences. So there's like this much space in between the fences and the alley. So there's nowhere for a car to go. Either they're pulling back into the parking lot, or I'm pulling up and going backwards around Carter, which is completely impossible. My father drives a Ford F-150 that's 8 feet long, and he can barely make that curb cut. He usually has to go around. Thankfully, Joelle and Ariel have been nice enough to let him go around on their side to come up Carter to get into my back. But it's impossible to fit 2 cars on there at the same time. So my question is, what are we supposed to do? Like, who's going to play chicken? Like, do I have to like try and get out backwards in reverse, or are they going to like come back and get back into the parking lot? It is a 1-car alley. Like, I don't know if people have ever been down there, but you cannot. It's 1 car.
We hear you. Let them answer your question.
Okay. What's the plan?
I don't know if the city has, addresses that in its code, but there are already occupants that use the alley or use Carter Street from both 8th and 9th, from what you're saying. So if there is a plow coming through to clear Carter so that people can use it.
Where's the snow going?
Where it would normally be plowed, ma'am. I don't know.
It doesn't get plowed. That's the point. Carter Street does not get plowed. No one from the city plows Carter Street. Carter Street is an ice like rink.
And so my client is here saying that he'll plow it.
No, he's saying he'll plow to his property, but there's a property next to his, and there's another end of the alley that goes out to the street that is privately owned, correct? So where's he putting the snow? Like, if is he putting it against the building? Like, is that where the snow is going to go, against the building? Because you can't block the alley.
He's not going to block the alley because his tenants will need to exit the property, ma'am.
But where are the snow plows going to go with the snow? Where does it go?
It would go onto his property, I would presume, and he would not add to the snow on other properties, but he's going to clear that so that the residents who are north of there who use that back alley will now have the benefit of that being snow plowed. No one here can answer exactly where the snow is going to go. We're offering a service for that section of Carter and I think it's Martin.
Okay. I don't see how it's feasible because a snowplow can't even get down there, but okay, we'll go with that they're going to remove it.
I don't know if you're equating this to a city triaxle snowplow.
Even if it's a private, my dad drives a huge truck with a snowplow on it. He can barely get down from Martin onto Carter. There's a pole right on the corner aside, like, you know where the field is? Obviously it's not there. So there's a pole on the other side, keep going, where their fence is. There's a pole there. You cannot get around that curve without either going into the telephone pole that is, I don't even know if it's still there now, but getting in there. It's going to be a hot mess, I guess is the point. My point is it's a mess. But my other question has to do with privacy because I live in the home behind there. So even at 2 stories, I mean, light pollution, you're going to have lights in the parking lot, right? It's going to have to be lit.
Yeah, the lighting plan is an aspect that is controlled by the land development and building process, and we would comply with any and all requirements from the city of Bethlehem.
Okay. So the fact that I'll have like a spotlight in my backyard and around the back of my house.
That's certainly an issue that you can raise at land development,
Okay.
and they would control it, and the lights fixtures have shields and what have you, and they would control the amount of admission off the property line.
Okay. What about my kid who likes to play in the alley and ride her bike in the alley with all of her friends that live in all of those exact neighborhoods that all live in those neighboring houses? They are all in and out of that alley all day long. All day long. So cars coming up or down from 8th or 9th Avenue, I mean, that's traffic coming in there is a huge issue. It's a safety concern for our kids.
What's the question?
The question is there any plan to like mitigate some of the safety concerns of the kids who walk through the alleys and through the yards, like to get to school or to get to their friend's house? I mean, you're talking about having 6 additional cars coming down up and down the alley, and parking on 8th Avenue is just as much of a joke as it is on 9th Avenue. I can't even park in front of my house 9 times out of 10. So what's the plan for like all the kids? Just the like watch children signs? Is that the plan? Because I don't feel very comfortable with that plan. I mean, is there anything?
Again, if it's a requirement in the land development and building process, we would comply.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right.
Let him go first, and you can come up and wait.
Chris Devlin, can we talk about trash for a minute?
Sure. What's your question, sir?
So everyone, I just want to try and get everyone to focus on what the board's here for tonight. We're here for a zoning variance relating to the width of the lot. So whether this is approved or not tonight, it moves through other city reviews related, like I said earlier, about the occupant, the ingress points and things like that. That's not relevant for the board tonight. Things like waste removal and things like that is relevant earlier to the special exception, because one of the requirements is to have to testify to that. That's a lot of the things we're asking about are for the later process. So I'm asking everyone, you can ask your question, sir, and if he wants to object to it, he can object to it, but we're focusing on the width of the lot tonight.
Okay, yeah, I think like, but the variance is all about he wants to have 4 families there instead of 2. So then you're going to have 4 times
Just real quick.
trash versus 1.
Ask him a question.
Okay, so where's the trash going to go?
In the engineering plans, there is a section of it designated for the trash containers and locations of it on the lot, and it complies with the engineering requirements of the city.
Like a dumpster?
Whether it's a dumpster or carts, however it's done, but it is, and it's sectioned off and fenced off on these plans to
In the
accommodate.
back of the building?
Yes,
Okay, so a truck's going to have to get back there to pick up the trash as well.
yes.
I don't know. Do you think a trash truck is going to be able to make that Martin to Carter turn?
So that it would have to.
Have
and
to. Get one of those
I don't-
flexible trucks. Sorry,
Sir, I've been trying to treat everybody here with respect.
just a little humor.
The turning radii would be an issue that would have to be addressed by the Carters. And there, as you all know, there are Carters in the city of Bethlehem of all different sizes. We would have containers here that comply with the city of Bethlehem's requirements, and how that's facilitated would be a logistics with the carting company.
Okay, so maybe they'd have to take like a special van back there or something.
However they would do it, sir.
They have to pick it up one way or the other.
Right.
Okay, and it's definitely going to be in the back. It's not going to be for.
Right there where it's noted on the plan.
Yeah.
See that triangle between the building and the parking lot is where it would be.
So no one will be dragging cans around the sidewalk out to the front for
Correct.
pickup. And same for recycling.
All of that would be accommodated there.
Okay, recycling truck's pretty big. It got stuck on Liebert a few times, but I guess we'll see what happens.
And just real quick, just so everybody in the audience is clear, you were saying, and Mr. Taylor, you can correct me if I'm wrong. He is permitted to have 4 apartments on that lot. He is only asking for a variance for the lot width to have the 4 units.
Okay,
Is that?
That is correct, yes.
thank you.
Yep.
It's your call. All right.
Dr. Pipestone again, 1130 West Market Street. An arithmetic question, and then a history question. So if we're going to look at the hard pack impermeable cover going back to the trees on the back of the lot.
Before the doctor finishes his question, I'm going to ask regarding his standing.
Okay, my standing. I live in the neighborhood, and other people who live at that exact address and myself previously were not objected to.
So
you want to go
how far are you from the property?
wherever 1130 West Market Street is? If we're going to say 300 feet is the issue, I live.
I'm not asking about 300 feet. I'm saying as the crow flies from your home to this property, how far is it?
I'm not a crow. I don't know exactly, but I'm going to guess a couple thousand feet because it's several blocks. I mean, we could put it on Google Maps if you'd like, and we could mark it off in tenths of a mile.
You do that. You're saying it's a couple thousand, it's a couple blocks.
Yes.
And Victor, you're saying that is not sufficient standing. Can you show us on the map where the home is? I'm asking the zoning officer.
What's your address?
1130 West Market. I believe I heard somebody from the audience say that it was 1.9 miles. If that,
Probably a quicker typer than I am.
that's fair.
By road,
It could be street, not 8th
Yeah,
Avenue.
that's not the right.
Yeah, that's.
It's 8th Avenue.
Up one.
you are correct. I apologize.
Thank you.
Still got it.
This is a street, right?
Yeah, Market Street.
If you had to drive your car from your house to here, how long would it take?
I mean, he's within walking distance, like to
Right.
the property.
We
I'm
walk.
just throwing that out there. I don't know if that if we're doing legal. I live in the same neighborhood. You guys are within walking distance, within a 3-minute walk of the property. It's pretty close.
Yeah. The last time I came to one of these meetings, I came on foot.
So not that, wait, so I don't know what you mean by one of these meetings you came on foot. We're not worried about where City Hall is. I mean, how far is you're a couple blocks away. Is that what you're testifying?
Yes, some blocks away. It's.
So
I think
explain the
it's,
law to the board. I mean, the board can either sustain or overrule the objection.
may I enter into consideration another thought to how I have standing beyond as the crow flies, or how many steps it takes, or how many blocks it is regarding the tree in question?
I'm sorry, sir.
May I offer another way of considering standing beyond just
Oh,
the
you're
number?
otherwise aggrieved?
Yes.
What would your argument be?
Thank you. The argument is that trees contribute to the lessening of the urban heat island effect. I live nearby enough that I think that can affect me. And two, importantly, trees actually clean our air. And there are data to support that even one tree lost in 1 square mile of urban or suburban space contributes to a 0.25 increase in the asthma rates of children.
This is a variance for lot width.
I understand that. And part of what we have said before is the variance for the lot width is based on the number of people living on that lot. And that's where we're getting to these 4 families in a large multi-unit dwelling versus a smaller house or the single family home that exists currently. Part of my question goes to the amount of hard pack that is preventing rain from soaking into the ground and continuing to serve a tree that is on that lot. So the variance in my mind factors directly into the health of the tree if the question is about the impermeable ground cover for all those people living in that housing as proposed.
So for the board's benefit, we explained the law in executive session. It's a couple-minute walk is what the testimony was. It looked like it was approximately half a mile by car, but that's not as the crow flies. Would the
All
board
right.
like to, is there a motion either sustain or overrule the objection?
I get a quick motion to sustain.
If you want to ask me in an executive session, we can, but we talked about the law before.
It's a half a mile, right?
Yeah,
The other
and
one
then
was
we can
over a
vote on it.
mile.
If you want to go to executive session, we can talk about it.
I don't know.
I will make a motion to overrule. Yes, if you want to talk, but
I'll second.
Schneck,
Yes.
Dr. Van Wert.
Yes.
Ms. Joseph,
Yes.
Ms. Wiles Young,
Yes.
Mr. Wilk.
yes.
Objection's been overruled. But sir, what I'm going to tell you is that testimony about a generalized concern on the environment within a mile area would not be legally relevant. Okay, we're here for, as Mr. Schneck said, we're here for the lot of the width, or the width of the lot, excuse me.
Okay. And I will offer my question. You can tell me if it's not appropriate
If you want
because
to object, you can object.
fair. So what I was trying to start with is the impermeable ground cover that's there already that has not impacted the health of the tree so far as we can tell. And I appreciate what our developer pointed out, that the macadam is not fractured near the tree of Carter Street. If we measure the length of the street that belongs to this lot by the widest amount of that street, that's 80 feet by 12 feet. So that's 960 square feet of impermeable ground cover. My question is, what is the square footage of impermeable ground cover of the parking lot?
Do you have that? Do you know that answer?
It's roughly 2,000. It's 42 by 54.
Okay, thank you. So roughly 2,000 on top of the 960 we already have. We're roughly tripling the amount of impermeable ground cover. And was there any consultation that you had with an arborist about drainage patterns or feeding that tree?
I'm going to object to the
So
question.
explain to me why the tree is relevant relative to the lot width.
Again, as I've tried to spell it out in my mind, the variance on the lot width is being sought for the number of people that are on that site.
It is
If-
not. It is the lot has to be 90 feet by ordinance. They want to have it be 80 feet. We're not here to do anything with the number of people on the lot, the impervious coverage. We are here for the width of the lot. They provided testimony about their impervious coverage because they have to show the impact of the variance relative to the community. But we're not here for any variance or relief relating to the number of people on this property.
But the width of the lot matters to how many people you can fit on it in terms of right now, it's not an issue if it's just a single family home. Am I correct in that?
Relative to the two uses, I mean, then I think the objection would be whether or not it was asked and answered. There's been a lot of testimony about why they can't build a twin. That question, if everyone remembers, came from the chair of the zoning hearing board originally.
Right.
So I mean, I would sustain that objection. We've heard the testimony about twins versus the board understands everyone's point on that. So what I'm asking is why is the root structure of the tree relevant to the lot width?
Again, I apologize if I'm not able to draw the connection between the number of people living on the site and the largeness of the impermeable ground cover. If that's the objection, I'm not skilled
So,
enough.
I mean, we understand the relevance of the impervious coverage versus the lot width. I'm not the trees where I'm getting lost.
Okay.
They testify they're going to try and save the tree. I think the board's heard a lot of testimony that he's not an arborist, but we've heard that.
Okay. And so my question is again, which I didn't ask before specifically because I didn't have the numbers in front of me. What consideration has been given to the drainage patterns and the health of the tree if we triple the amount of impermeable ground cover in that area?
Well, in an attempt to answer it, we've reduced the amount of impervious coverage by reducing the size of the lot. When the apartment size went from 6 to 4, we were able to shift the lot to the south in an effort to save the tree. As you see from the grading, everything goes down from north to south here. So I don't know what else can be done other than how we've structured that lot in an effort to best accommodate that tree in the backyard.
So,
No other evidence you can provide relative to that tree.
Nothing else, no.
but you would agree that a reduced parking lot would create more space for that tree?
But potentially, but I don't know where the roots are. I don't know if, when you talk about a reduction, there are many different ways lots can be reduced. But we also want to make sure that we keep cars off of 8th Avenue. So we've accommodated the off-street parking requirements that are required of us by the city. I don't know what else can be done.
That's fair. The I don't know answer, I think, is mostly my point. I said I had a history question. If there are no objections, I would like to continue. It's about the issue related to the money paid into this house that could not be recouped except by building a larger unit. I will offer the question in respect if it's overruled, or excuse me, objected to. The question is this. Your supposition, sir, is that the house was built with possibly substandard concrete in the foundation, and you've only owned the house for roughly 10 months. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Did you have any sense of the cracks in the foundation being there when you purchased the property?
Yes, I did.
Can you walk me through what your thought process was, knowing that this was a property that would cost you at least $40,000 to repair or remediate when you bought it?
I look for opportunities to build in infill neighborhoods. This was an opportunity, and so I purchased it to build a couple apartments on it.
Thank you. No further questions.
Come up, sir.
Evening, Gary Hoteling, 321 East Church Street, Bethlehem.
I didn't get your last name.
Hoteling, Hotaling. And I was hoping you could just explain what the hardship would be if you didn't get this variance. I'm not quite understanding. If you put a twin on there, I assume you could still rent it and you still make probably a very decent profit. I'm not really clear why the board would approve that when you're not going to be under any hardship, whether it be 2 units or 4 units.
The zoning allows in this area 1 unit for every 1,200 square feet of land.
Mhm.
And I'm under that by twice the amount with only building 4 units.
Mhm.
The Lehigh Valley Planning Commission does studies regularly, looking at all different type of statistics of homes. And in Bethlehem, the city of Bethlehem, just off the top of my head, the city of Bethlehem is like 3,000 units short of what is needed today.
Thank you. I hear you, but $2,000 a month, I pay that more than that where I live on Church Street. I'll say that right out of the gate. And I'm a professional, so you're attracting those type of people, but you can't guarantee you're going to be owning the property in the future, 10 years, 20 years, 15 years when you pass away. And what happens to the property after that happens? We don't know. You can't answer that. But the board should be taking it under consideration, I would think, that it could become a slum, for all we know. You never know in the future.
Is that a question?
Yeah, it is. Could it become a slum 30, 40, 50 years down the road? And that affects the whole neighborhood, the whole city.
I'm going to object to the question.
He can't testify about what other people will do with the property. He can only testify about what he will do with the property. So
Okay,
the
but
objection
that's
will
fine. But still boils down to what the hardship truly is. It's still to be profitable for you with 2 units versus 4. Or can you just make those units smaller, fit within the zone?
The units that are being offered here, it's not the size of the units that are in question. In other words, if these were reduced to 800 square feet per unit and the building reduced, the lot width would still be the requirement that would need the variance. It's
I'm not sure about that. Maybe the board would know that better than I would, but
Yeah,
that seems.
the use is a permitted use. When you have an MDU in the RT district, it requires a 90-foot lot width.
And again, I guess everyone's been talking about those 5 units, 9 units down the street. Those are probably poor decisions made by prior boards. So I'm not sure why we would continue on down that road, but that's probably just a discussion for the development. Thank you for your time.
Questions? Any other questions?
All right. We're also going to start enforcing the 1 bite of the apple rule, where after you ask your questions, keep coming up, but we're not going to go through circularly. So please, as you're going through your next questions, make sure you ask everything you want to ask.
Okay, I just thought of this though.
It's okay. You can ask it. I'm not saying you can't.
Just to make sure everything's above board, are you sure it wasn't a little longer than 10 months ago that you bought the house?
He testified as to when he brought the house.
Yeah, and the record or when the deed was recorded is when he
If
purchased.
you want to say it's asked,
Do you remember when you recorded the?
I don't remember the exact date, but yeah, maybe
I think
a
I
year
do.
ago.
Just to be clear, because you say 10 months, but
Don't testify, ask him questions.
it was around Halloween that you drove the property line stake into the ground. You remember that?
Okay.
That was Halloween. And then there's the political campaign sign during the election that you must have put up.
No, I did not put up that political sign.
Okay.
I
All right.
don't even know who that would be for. So.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions?
Grace Smith, Lorraine Avenue, Bethlehem. I have a couple questions. I know for a fact that you have an extensive history in home building, and I just wanted to know where has been the majority of your home building?
Hold on.
I'm going to
I'm
ask
sorry?
two questions. One, is it the standing, and is Ms. Campisi Smith here on behalf of herself or on behalf of City Council?
I'm here as a resident of the city of Bethlehem.
So you're objecting to standing?
I am.
So, what's your address, please?
1403 Lorraine Avenue.
And how far do you live away from the property?
I'm not sure, probably a mile and a half, 2 miles. I'm not sure if this is relevant, but I have many friends and relatives in that area, so
Yeah,
I'm in that area.
unfortunately,
I
that's not
didn't
the way
think it
works.
was.
It has to be asked to you as your home.
Okay. If I can ask questions, can I make comments later? As a resident.
He may object to it, but I mean, I can't comment whether he will or he won't. But I mean,
Okay, fine. That's fine. Thank you.
so you're okay.
Hi, Kathleen Smith, 914 Fifth Avenue.
You can pull that down.
Okay.
We're sorry.
Okay. I just didn't hear an answer before. What exactly is the hardship in the simplest language possible?
With all due respect,
It's relevant if you want to say
For
it
the
has
variance,
been
the variance
asked.
that you want granted.
Let me say this. I want to hear it one more time.
Okay.
Okay. What is the physical hardship under the zoning ordinance justifying the variance?
So what has been testified to before is the uniqueness of the lot, the financial
What? consideration. Okay, sorry. What is unique about the lot?
The lot size in the neighborhood.
Oh, that it's really big.
It's a big lot in the neighborhood. That the cost of remediation of the current building is approximately $40,000. That's including the repair of the foundation itself and the need to access the wall for the repair. That taken into account and the ability to put the MDU in the RT district and in the need for only 10 feet of that request and the condition that was not created by us. In other words, we did not create this
Okay.
lot. This lot
So just so I'm clear, the hardship exists because of the type of structure you have decided to build.
the hardship exists because the structure is permitted.
The structure is
but-
permitted, but the
it's
structure
only a-
is
it's a
big.
10-foot variance.
Okay, so because of the type of structure, the width of the structure that you've decided to build.
No, the structure itself doesn't factor into it. In other words, we're not asking for any setback relief. We are far enough away from the neighboring boundary lines
Mhm.
in the construction of the building. Even if we reduced the size of the unit, we would still need that lot width requirement.
Okay, so you're asking for a variance and the hardship has been created by
The size of the lot as it is right now.
the lot itself created its own
The
variance.
board is for the testimony,
Okay.
the size of the lot.
I'm just
We,
sorry.
we get it. You're making an argument. We hear you. But he answered the question.
And
You
just-
may- you may not like the answer. The board may or may not like the answer, but we're with you. We understand.
And just real quick, I'm going to try to explain this. It's not the size of the structure that's in question. If this was a single family home, same size, it would be permitted, if that makes sense. So it's not the size of the structure, it's the size of the lot.
It's the type of structure. We understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm just asking,
Everyone.
like, it's just the
So everyone, I'm cutting you off for
All
a
right.
second. If you yell over him, she's trying to type everyone's name and what everyone's saying in case this goes to court. If everyone's yelling over top of one another, Mr. Second, I'll let you talk. If you're yelling while he's talking, you're making her life impossible. And all the record for the court is going to say is unintelligible because she can't type that quick. So let him talk. We're letting everyone speak. Everyone's gonna have an opportunity to make public comment. Everyone was standing will have an opportunity to make public comment. But I mean, do not yell out at him. Do not yell at the witnesses. This is me trying to protect her. Okay? Mr. Schneck, I'm sorry to cut you off.
Oh, no, you're good. So again, this is just trying to be respectful to everybody here in the audience. Like there's and everyone's time. I feel like there is an understanding of what the request is and what their concern is that the neighborhood's bringing to the table. We hear you. We will give you a chance to also comment. I feel like you guys are also, I don't want to say taking advantage of us, but I can't find the words of sliding in comments with your questions. But please stick to pertinent questions about the variance at hand.
I'll tell you what my law professor told me. You're not going to get him to testify by to what you want by asking him more questions. Okay? I mean, if you feel free to keep asking them, but I mean, we're going in a circle on some of these things. If it's a new fact, no, the board doesn't answer questions. If you have a question about the legal procedure on this case, I will answer a question about the legal procedure on this case. The board is not testifying about anything. They're sitting as the judge right now.
All right.
Any other questions? Coming up.
My name is Diana Worley, and I live in those townhomes across the street at 210 8th Avenue. And my question to Mr. Zwarski is, when you purchased that property, we keep hearing about the integrity of that home. When you purchased that property, was that home even in the whole grand scheme of things? It was the size of the land so that you can build a multifamily home. That was more than likely your motivation. Am I correct on that?
That's correct.
Okay. So let's forget about the integrity of the current home, because that wasn't even really a consideration. So we keep getting caught up in that. Okay. My question is about the parking more than anything else. And maybe the board can speak to this, but why, if there are going to be 4 units with probably 2 cars per unit, that there are only 6 parking spaces, because we can assume we could park on the street. As a resident, and I know this is more comment than it is question, but as a resident, I don't have a place to park on the street. We have one driveway. We park our cars end to end. And if we have company, they park 3 blocks away so they could visit us.
I'm respectfully going to ask, what's the question?
Right. So here's my question. Where do you expect these people's visitors to park if there is no parking for the residents?
So again, I can tell you that the parking lot that we have developed for this property is in compliance with the City of Bethlehem requirements. The City of Bethlehem does not require us to take into account visitor parking.
Okay.
And
Another
just-
question for
and
you.
just to be clear,
I apologize. I'm sorry.
in the zoning ordinance, it dictates how many parking spots per unit they're required to provide. And that's based on a formula and historical data of how many cars are coming and going. It's been revised over the years as those studies change. So they are providing, and they are not asking relief for parking.
Okay. Now, one of those parking spaces is for wheelchair accessible parking, correct? Have you decided, or have you, how do I want to say this? Investigated what a wheelchair ramp or whatever would be required? You really need 2 spaces. If you have someone who is in a wheelchair accessible ramp, a van that needs a ramp, they need to have space for that ramp to offload that person. So you really do not have 6 parking spaces there. So does that mean he can discriminate against someone who is disabled and needs that kind of parking?
Our engineer is ready and able to answer your question.
Okay, I'd like to hear it. Thank you.
We have the drawing up there. If you look at, there's an 8-foot wide sidewalk adjacent to that parking stall. That 8 foot meets the aisle width for a van accessible handicap space. So rather than doing it in pavement and painted with blue stripes,
Mhm.
it's done as a sidewalk that they have
Okay.
access. It's flush with the parking space, so they have
Okay.
a way to get out there.
Okay, good. Thank you. That's something that's very important. And I appreciate that they've done that. But you still, now what if you don't have a handicapped person living in that building? Does that space still have to remain open for someone who may visit who's handicapped?
It
Then you
does.
still only have 5 parking spaces.
It does. We're required by law to have one handicap space for up to 25 spaces. So it has to be there. It's unfortunate that maybe there's nobody that's handicapped in the building and it's a lost space, but that's the law.
It's the law. And so they have to park on the street where we have nowhere to park as it is. Okay. Thank you for answering my questions. Appreciate it.
Any other questions? All right.
Any other witnesses?
Can we ask a question?
Oh, yeah, the board can absolutely.
Okay. Sir, you said just in kind of an offhand comment that you have a twin on 9th already, correct?
No, I said I built
You
a twin
built a twin.
25 years ago,
Okay.
30 years ago.
So can I just ask, just once again, coming back to my original thought, can I ask what those twins are? You rent them or did
No,
you?
no. I built them and they were sold.
You built them. Okay. All right. All right. That
But
takes my
back
point
then,
away.
I think it was in the early 80s.
So I guess I'll say, so you are a builder and a renter and a builder. Do you still build properties to sell properties?
Yes.
So in theory, you could build a twin on this property and sell it and wipe your hands clean of your $40,000 loss. In theory.
In theory.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Attorney Scamilio, any other witnesses?
No other witnesses.
All right, so I want to just, again, explain something one more time. So there's 2 buckets. There's people that have party status. You live close to the property. You were allowed to make cross-examination. You will get a copy of the written decision. You are a party to this case. Your comments are a part of the record. They'll be considered by the board as a part of its deliberations. The board is allowed to allow other public comment, which are not a part of the record, that are not a part of the board's deliberations, but if people want to speak relative to it, they can. What I would say is, and I believe the board would concur, is please keep your comments relevant to what is before the board tonight. This plan, in whatever form it goes forward, whatever it may be, is going to go through a lot of other reviews. We are here for a zoning variance. The questions relating to hardship, they have to prove there's a hardship related to the property. A lot of other questions relating to planning aspects that may go before the planning commission in the future, they will not. So with that, we can open up for what I would say first is anyone with party status, anyone that would ask questions and cross-examination or lives immediately adjacent to the property. Does anyone want to provide testimony? And I'm not dissuading anyone. You should.
I just clarify one thing.
Please.
Steve mentioned getting a copy of the final decision. If you have party status, you want to copy the final decision, I need your name, an address, and email address on the sign-in sheets. If you didn't put it on the sign-in sheets, I can't necessarily readily identify you to get you copies of that decision. I just want to
Absolutely.
clarify that.
So any testimony from parties or individuals,
You have a distance that qualifies you as a party?
you have to come up, you have to say it, and if he objects, the board has to consider on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, so there is no firm.
Yep. So, and I'm not dissuading people. I mean, certainly the people have already testified, the neighbors, this is your chance to provide testimony.
Hi, Brian Foley again. I guess this is part question just for clarity purposes, but for the ordinance, if the issue is that the property is 80 feet wide and it needs to be 90 feet wide in order to put an apartment building on the property. Is that correct?
You're not asking him questions anymore. You're
Oh,
testifying.
okay.
You are testifying right now.
So something I would just like the board to consider. Lastly, all I want to say is that the big concerns here that we've heard multiple times tonight is the amount of people and the amount of vehicles and the amount of traffic that is going to affect our immediate community. There's already a parking scarcity on 8th and 9th Avenues. 8th Avenue is a snow emergency route, and there's currently an issue with folks moving their vehicles for plows already. So when they have to, everybody on the street has to move vehicles, where are they going? And lastly, and I can't stress this enough, is that we have several children and people with disabilities on our street. And even just the construction process alone for months is going to affect how people get around our neighborhood. And I don't think that can be stressed enough because that causes a lot of hardship for people, especially those with disabilities. Thank you.
Anyone else with party status that wants to provide testimony? Come on up.
Hi there. My name's Nicole Bonchik. I live at 243 8th Ave, right next door. I do have a long speech that I had set up, but I don't want to, take away your time for things that were already mentioned. I was going to bring up the snow emergency route because that's a big one. No one is allowed to park on that street. So I don't know where those hypothetical 3 cars or more are going to find themselves parking when people are already fighting for spots up on Spring Street and anywhere they could find them. I did look at the project narrative when I was writing this, and I made mention of the 9 townhomes, 7 semi-detached, and 3 single-family homes. It failed to mention that the property in question is surrounded in all directions by single-family dwellings, with the exception of a duplex immediately south. Hence, in addition to the plans affecting the residents of 8th Avenue, it would also impact all the residents on 9th Avenue with their backyards. We talked about that too. The project narrative claims it would not negatively harm public welfare or impacting surrounding properties, when it most certainly will. After consulting with active realtors, if the plan's approved, it's evident all properties surrounding what would be the only apartment building in our neighborhood would greatly decrease in value, only helping line the pockets of a very successful developer already who doesn't even reside in the city. As far as this proposed plan, a potential for 16 additional people crammed into tight quarters drastically changes the dynamic. We talked about the willow tree already, and yes, he is trying to save the willow tree as far as the parking, but those roots go all the way down across where the proposed parking lot would be. The white willow is a massive root system that reliably absorbs the water and runoff during the storms. With the help of State Coordinator Mr. Aaron Greenberg of the Pennsylvania Champion Tree Program.
You're reading from something, so you're talking a little too fast.
I'm sorry.
So please.
Okay, I'll try to slow down.
Thank you.
I get nervous. It's garnered recognition on the Big Trees of Pennsylvania website, and many people active in the news and downtown community are big fans. So she was there before any of the houses or structures in the neighborhood. It would be trespassing on her living space and ultimately livelihood. Affordable housing seems to be the central focus in Bethlehem. We do need affordable housing, as in houses, not more luxury, overpriced apartments for rent. There are plenty of those already available all over our city, with more in the process getting built downtown, on the south side, and the former Martin Tower site. People want the chance to purchase their own homes and build equity. The current ranch home at 241 8th Avenue is exactly what the city needs. I know families that were interested in purchasing it if given the opportunity. Unfortunately, the developer was given the chance first, purchasing the property sight unseen for the sole purpose of tearing down the house to redevelop the land while disturbing the personality of our neighborhood. The project narrative falsely claims the applicant has not created the existing 80-foot width, so the hardship is not self-created. The applicant created the entire plan for a property does not fit the legal dimensions of section 1306.01 A4 of the zoning ordinance. So yes, in fact, he did create his own hardship. And since the proposed plan does not actually fit in the space to serve as a multi-dwelling property without the 10-foot variance, he is in fact shoehorning the building into a much too small space. And let's not forget at the city planning meeting, the developer's own words on record in response to the question, why this project here, were because I can. Moreover, This development could lead to increased traffic congestion, reduced parking availability. We said all that, so I'm going to skip down as far as the willow tree, the sidewalks, and the ground shifting. The willow tree is 100 years old and it needs water. It has to live by water. So the underground springs, Spring Street got its name from them, are obviously rampant underneath and likely the catalyst as far as shifting of ground, leading to macadam, cracks in sidewalks, maybe even foundations. The 12-foot wide Carter Street alley leads to privately owned residents' property. I know they talked already. I also question who would be enforcing that. Larger city vehicles, I know because I have friends that work for the city, cannot make the turn from Martin's Lane to Carter Street because of the already existing fence and pole, hence the reason it doesn't get plowed. It would be impossible for a sizable garbage truck needed to empty a dumpster to make it to the back of the multi-unit residence for trash pickup. To reiterate, the dimensions of the property were known at purchase and do not qualify as a unique hardship under Pennsylvania zoning law. Zoning ordinances exist to ensure responsible development. What has not shown up in these plans is how they're in severe violation of all the points under City Ordinance 1301.03, which promotes public health, safety, and general welfare. I'm going to highlight some of the points written in this ordinance the project narrative would violate. B, preventing the overcrowding of land. 16 people on this small plot of land is overcrowding. C, conserving the value of land and buildings. The current ranch house and its land would not be conserved. This project would also lead to depreciation of surrounding properties. D, lessening the congestion of traffic on roads. There would likely be no less than 8 additional cars on our street or in the back. E, protecting important natural features. The tree and its roots would be negatively impacted, and paving almost the entirety of a grass backyard would lead to flooding of neighboring properties, specifically the ones at the bottom of Carter Street Alley that are already prone to flooding. And I have a picture from just a simple storm of it flooding down below already without paving over this backyard. F, providing for adequate light and air. This construction would take away natural sunlight from many surrounding houses, affecting plant life on all properties. G, securing safety from fire, flood, and other dangers. There will be flooding for neighbors because of paving that already existing grass backyard. Granting the variance would put an existing house, ours, in greater danger of fire, since closer proximity of any property makes it easier for fire to spread. Approving the variance would also make it near impossible for first responders to access our finished basement. And that didn't come up earlier, but if you look at the steps coming out, the 5-foot retaining wall and those bushes, I know the 5-foot retaining wall wasn't on the rendering itself, just the bushes were, we wouldn't be able to access it if any first responders need to access our finished basement. L, giving reasonable consideration to the character of districts. There was no attempt to take a pulse of the neighborhood's concerns, as evidenced by tonight's attendance and close to 1,500 Bethlehem petition signatures against this project. The developer came in with the mindset of being allowed to do whatever he wants to do. L, carrying out the purposes of the PA Floodplain Management Act. I spoke about potential flood problems earlier. Lastly, point K, carrying out the authorized purposes of a zoning ordinance. The zoning ordinances exist to ensure proper, responsible development. Because of this point alone, the developer cannot be granted the variance in the state of Pennsylvania. If the variance is allowed, I talked about the retaining wall already. In case of emergencies, our house and the existing ranch home are only 15 feet apart as is, and the additional 10 feet approved would make the properties even closer. We talked about the side deck already. A lot of people covered a lot of these questions that I was going to as well. All right, so if this proposal and its variance were to be approved, it would open the door for other developers to burden additional residents and property owners with aggressive construction, drastically affecting their neighborhoods. Focusing on preserving our community's character should be prioritized. As you all know, a plan looks much different on a blueprint than in person. It also looks much different as an AI-generated image on a screen than in person. If you haven't, please come out to see the neighborhood and 241 8th Avenue before you make a decision. We, my husband and I, John, that have lived in our house for 17 plus years, we're active community members and we're tax-paying residents of the city of Bethlehem. We absolutely love our city and we love our house. Sadly, this intrusion on our daily living might ultimately force us out. Please defend us, my neighbors, your tax-paying residents, against this type of life-changing development. In closing, American author John Steinbeck once said, "Localness is not gone, but it is going." If we allow developers to literally bulldoze communities, localness sadly will eventually be nothing but a distant memory. Thank you.
Any other testimony? You're good. You're good.
I just want to clarify something about the parking.
Name one more time.
Oh yeah, Chris Devlin. I'm one of the villagers. And I'm that guy at the window. I see everything that goes on. So let me explain something about the parking. Like where I live on the corner where Liebert meets 8th Avenue. So yeah, if you go up to the right from the corner of Liebert up 8th Avenue, there's a no parking sign right behind about where that white car is. And then if you go down the hill, there's a no parking sign like south on 8th Avenue toward Lehigh. There's a no parking sign further down on the left-hand side there where that grassy hill is. Yeah, see the no parking sign? See how far back it is? So it's already difficult to find parking more often than not. And I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, but people do park beyond those signs. Sometimes it's not the case, but often it is. Now, as somebody else said, at night, the parking gets trickier, denser, more cars show up, people are home from work. So once there's more cars, those spots are always probably going to be taken up, those spots that are supposed to be no parking. Now, the problem with that is when you try creeping out of Liebert, sometimes I just feel like I'm playing Russian roulette because I can't see. And 8th Avenue, people treat it as a main thoroughfare. It gets you to the highway, connects you to 378, or you're coming off at 378. And you know, when you get off the highway, sometimes you're driving a little fast because you're like already been going so fast. And you're like, well, I got to slow down a bit. But it's kind of beside the point. People go pretty fast up and down that road. So sometimes I just take a deep breath and I make my turn. Nobody's coming. I got to creep out. But I drive that big white van that's there. Sometimes it's tough to make the turn. That's my work truck. So I'm just anticipating that. Just if the cars aren't going to have anywhere to go, they're probably going to take up those spots. And if it's cold, snowy night, you're going to want to walk all the way around the building from that. Like, people just probably aren't going to do it. They're going to come down 8th Avenue, not turn here, turn there. It's going to be 3-4 turns to get into the parking lot in the back. You're just going to park in front, take up the spot. Other people are going to come home. So it's not just that it's going to be, oh, there's nowhere to park. It's going to create a more hazardous situation with those corners and the site of 8th Avenue being blocked as you come off of Liebert. Maybe you need a traffic light there or something. I don't know. But that's all I wanted to clarify about the parking. Thank you.
Diane Fagley. So I just want to make one other point regarding this property being 4 units, which would happen if a variance was granted. I mean, obviously, first of all, I don't believe a hardship was ever presented, but my son goes to Calypso, and we moved 3 times in 1 year to get a single family house in the Calypso area because my son is autistic. And one of the things that was really important to us was having him in a smaller class size. So by giving this variance and permitting this type of expansion in our neighborhood, you're increasing the size of my son's class. And, you know, Calypso is known because it is a school, one of 2 schools in the district where the kids walk and everybody knows each other. But they are also some of the smallest classes in our district. And by introducing potentially, you know, even if it's just 2 kids per unit, 8 kids, that in a small school has an impact. And I think that's something that should be considered because we definitely considered that when we bought and moved into this neighborhood. Thank you.
Any other testimony?
Hi there, Gary Hotelling again. Getting back to the parking area, whatever. Not to do with the rain, but I don't know if there was really a discussion. They said dumpster. I mean, dumpster, canisters, whatnot. I'm sure the current condition, driveway in front, the people that own the house, they probably brought their trash out to the front of the curb. Well, this is going to be an offering where they're going to have I know you say it won't be a dumpster, but no one's going to be able to tell you do that or not. So you're going to have a big truck going in the back of the house. It's still going to fall within the noise ordinance, 7 a.m. So how's that going to impact everybody? And the building, can you guarantee they're not going to be building it on Saturdays, Sundays? That still disturbs the neighborhood. So I guess I'm just trying to make the point that it's not really improving privacy, got overlooking balconies onto the neighbors, whatever, and extra noise. Extra trash containers going out at different times of the day out the back versus the front. I guess that's all I can really say about that. It's not really adding to the current people's privacy and sanctity of life. Thank you.
Any other testimony?
Victor, anything in closing?
Just very briefly. Again, we're here tonight not for a request for the use, because the use is a permitted use within the RT high density residential district. What we're here for tonight is 10 feet. 10 feet in lot width, with a building that will comply with all other setbacks, fit into the neighborhood in its proximity to the other houses, and not overburden this land with a building that overshadows the other neighbors. There are questions here about my client and his intention. He was at planning. He heard the concerns, so he lowered the building from 3 stories to 2. He reduced the occupancy from 6 units to 4 units. He addressed the concerns with the tree and shifting the lot. He addressed the concerns about the private use of Walton Street by having the right turn only, and will accept that as a condition of the zoning and accept that as a condition that it needs to be included in leases going forward. He's heard these issues and he's addressed them. Most of the comments raised tonight deal with issues such as construction, ordinances as to building and land development, and also use. Very few have addressed the lot width issue. This is a lot that was created by some other entity at some other time. When we sit here and we look at this lot as it relates to the other homes on this street, it is unique how it sits and its width. It is unique in its dimensions compared to the other lots, not created by my client. And these are unique and circumstances for this neighborhood that are a consideration for the hardship analysis in the dimensional variance being requested. The hardship here is the uniqueness of the lot. My client testified regarding the condition of the current home and the costs associated with repairing the foundational issue. He can't build the MDU in conformity with the 90-foot requirement. The 10 feet is all that is needed. Everything else will be done in strict conformity with the zoning ordinance, as well as with the construction and land development required. The photos of the surrounding neighborhood are relevant. On Lehigh, where it tees off, there is an apartment building. The row homes on 8th Ave show dense population and dense building structure on lots. The townhomes and the other row homes in the 214 to 204 and 220 to 214 addresses also show what's existing in that neighborhood. So the question is, does this building change this neighborhood? It really doesn't. When you look at the twins that are adjacent, the proximity of other houses within that 4 foot, and I would suggest even some of these are closer than 4 feet, as shown in our exhibit that we've presented here about the conditions of the neighborhood. This building doesn't change that character of the neighborhood. And the use as residential is in conformity with this neighborhood. My clients also testified he will cap occupancy of these units as a condition of zoning to alleviate the concerns over the population in the neighborhood. This is a well-informed board, well-experienced board. I will leave it to you regarding the dimensional variance being requested and the ability to sift through the use concerns versus the dimensional concern raised tonight.
Okay. Sorry, you good?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so we're going off the record. So again, let me say this. The board has been at this for 3.5 hours. The board is going to look at a legal test that is defined in the zoning ordinance. The board is allowed to have public comment, and if people want to comment on it relative to that, we can. What I would note is the board has the evidence that it needs. A lot of points were well made by parties on all sides. Number one. Number two is the board has a 10 o'clock cutoff, and sitting in the back of the room is another application that we need to hear. So while we will allow public comment, I would say is people address the test that is relevant to it. And if people want to come up and make very brief public comment, if the chair wants to allow it, we can. But what I would implore upon you is the board has the evidence it needs to do its job. So if we want to allow brief public comment, we can. Please.
Mary Jo McCool, 449 Grandview Boulevard. I am out of the distance, but my comment is just because something can be done doesn't mean it has to be done. And my other comment is this is all for money for him. And there's an elderly gentleman who spoke before and was cut off, and he always made the comment at city council meetings, maybe the city of Bethlehem should change the Star of Bethlehem up on the mountain to a $sign, because that's all Bethlehem cares about. Thank you.
And we appreciate that. And unfortunately, none of it's relevant to the hearing. The board has to consider the variance.
Can I make a comment?
Very briefly, please. State your name, please.
Oh, sorry, Kathleen Russo. Just wanted to say that the developer he wanted to build an apartment building, and then he bought a lot that's too narrow. If he wanted to build an apartment building, he should have bought a lot that has the right width.
And that point was made before. We understand.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Patty Bennix. I am not a Bethlehem resident, although I grew up on that property. The house in question, my grandfather gave that land for my great aunt, his sister, to build that home so she could be closer to her younger brother. And I'm just here because just the aesthetic of an ugly atrocity of an apartment building in the middle of all that just breaks my heart. I lived there for 18 years, and the only reason my family doesn't own it anymore is because my mom died, and my brother and myself were not able to keep the house because I lived at 247 and there was nothing. My property went from 247 right down to the other half a double.
Understood.
Thank you.
All right. So seeing no one else, the board's going to go into executive session and deliberate.
Back up.
All right, we'll go back on the record. I just wanted to say thank you for everyone that came out. I know like emotions get high and there's some frustration along the way, but we do appreciate that you guys care about your community and you come out here and give us your opinions and your thoughts. So with that, can I have a motion from a member of the board?
I'd like to make a motion to deny the variance.
Second.
Mr. Schneck,
Yes.
Dr. Van Wert,
Yes.
Ms. Wiles Young,
Yes.
Mr. Wolk,
Yes.
Ms. Joseph.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Written decision will be issued. Yeah, well presented, Victor. Everyone, we're asking you, please, we have another hearing. Please vacate the room.
That's fine. Oh, yeah, I was not there. He's great at what he does. But not okay.
Danielle has kids. I don't even have kids. You have kids. You gotta get home.
I can't. I know.
I can't do it.
We don't need it. It's up to them.
Can't do it.
Glad you gave it a try.
Yeah, I tried. I just can't.
Sir, can you do me a favor? Close the doors on your way out, please. I appreciate it. Please, if you would.
All right. Packed house for the last one.
Everyone left you.
They're all coming back in.
They all left you.
Using the restroom and cycling in.
All right. So for the applicant's benefit, I represent you have one witness, probably 15, 20 minutes. The board, I think, has indicated they don't want to penalize you for having to be here after a long application.
My client appreciates that.
All right. Next appeal up is 1224 Eaton Avenue.
1224 Eaton Avenue, appeal of Abe Attia on behalf of PAJ Venture LP for three-dimensional variances to permit the construction of 6 single-family attached dwellings on a lot with an existing single-family detached dwelling. Total lot area per all dwellings, 30,500 square feet required, 25,897 square feet existing. Width of two-way parking aisle, 24 feet required, 20 feet and 21.2 feet proposed, and driveway setback from a residential property line when in a front yard, 2.5 feet required, 2 feet proposed. Sections 1302.40C, 1306.01A3, 1318.02, 1319.02G4, 1319.03A4, 1325.06, and all associated variances, special exceptions, and interpretations.
All right, good evening. The property was posted on Monday, November 10th, 2025, just for the record.
We appreciate you preemptively say that before asked.
All right. So this is 1224. I'm Michael Raschuti on behalf of the applicant, 1224 Eaton Avenue. Applicant's proposing wait till it's up there.
You're good.
Add 6 new townhomes behind an existing single-family dwelling. The site minus the right-of-way in totals 25,897 square feet. The existing dwelling will remain, and the townhomes are permitted use in the RG. So all we're looking for is dimensional relief here. The engineer, Joe Renko, will testify. He was sworn in previously. I know it was a long time ago. Just want to put that on the record. Joe, can you just state your name and professional qualifications?
Yeah, good evening. I'm Joseph Renko, Black Forest Engineering. I'm a licensed civil engineer in the state of Pennsylvania and a few other states.
And you prepared the plan for 1224 Eaton Avenue?
Yes, we did the survey and prepared the site plan.
All right. Can you describe the size, location, and existing use of the property?
Sure. The property's in the RG district. It's off Eaton Ave. It's a narrow, deep lot. There's an existing single-family dwelling with a which you're not seeing on that plan. There's actually a detached garage where the first set of 3 townhomes approximately are located. And then it just continues to like an open lawn, open meadow lawn in the backyard. We're right next door to, on the east side, that's an 18-unit apartment building. On the west side of us, it's a doctor's office with a 2-story apartment building addition. Sort of a mixed bag around us.
And behind that, the doctor's office is another, 7-unit building?
I'm not sure how many units, but I believe it's a multi-unit.
So the property surrounded by similar projects, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And what is proposed? So what structures? I think you mentioned what structures were on the site: the garage and the house, correct?
Correct. House, garage, and we're just proposing six modest-sized townhomes.
Okay. And how would they be situated relative to the existing dwelling?
In the rear yard or rear of the existing building.
Okay. Does this plan otherwise meet the height, coverage, and setback requirements except for the 3 variances we are
Yes.
requesting? Okay. And can you just go over the 3 variances that are being requested?
Sure. The three variances really just pertain to dimensional lot area. We're sort of nixed because the single family dwelling requires 6,500 square feet as opposed to 4,000 square feet for a townhouse. So once you take the 6,500 square feet out for the single, we're deficient by 4,603 feet to have 6 additional townhomes along with the single family dwelling. The other 2 variances just have to do with the parking aisle or parking lot drive aisle. When you have parking in a 2-way drive aisle, you need 24 feet. Where we have our parking, we only have 21.2 feet. Again, I think consider that a de minimis variance request. And then the driveway is as opposed to 2.5 feet off of the property line is to our east, we're 2 feet, 2 feet off of it. So we're short 6 inches. And a lot of that again has to do with where that existing single family dwelling was sort of built on this lot.
All right. And as you said, these are dimensional variances. And are these deviations modest and consistent with the Hertzberg standard for dimensional relief in Pennsylvania?
I believe so.
Okay. And I think you mentioned already the unique physical conditions on this property. Can you just explain that again quickly?
Yeah. I mean, ideally, this is the lot. The depth of the lot is the exact numbers are a little bit over 330 feet. It's an 83-foot wide lot. That puts it at like 3.77 times the depth as it is wide. So we've got an abundance of area density for development, but it's really not being utilized. But it's so long and narrow that the accessibility to it is difficult. On top of that, the historical single family dwelling that's there is sort of right in the middle of the property, which sort of really limits the access to the back of it.
Okay. And additionally, there's a right-of-way dedication on the front of the property for the road.
Yeah, the current property boundary is actually written to approximately the center line of Eaton Ave. Eaton Ave, there's a 70-foot right-of-way on Eaton Ave. So with this, if the board was inclined to give us the variance, this would ultimately move to a land development project. And through the land development project, the applicant would give 35 feet of that right-of-way dedicated permanently to the city. So that would come out of the deed and the actual total lot area. So when you see a net and a gross, that's what that means.
We're not counting that right-of-way area in the calculation for the
No.
density.
No, the 4603 that I quoted earlier was assuming that right-of-way is being taken away already.
Okay. And without the variances, it wouldn't be possible to do the proposed development, correct?
Not this exact development, no.
And if you attempted to fully comply with all the setback and offset and aisle width requirements, would the property still function as a residential site as proposed?
Not as proposed. We would never get the driveway back and conform with every ordinance regulation.
Yeah. And even if you move the driveway, you couldn't still meet the 2.5 offset, correct?
Correct. Well, could you rephrase that question?
Even
Sorry.
if you decided to move the driveway layout on this, you could not meet the 2.5 foot required offset.
Well, yeah, there's nowhere, I guess that's, I'm sorry, I was just confused because there is nowhere to relocate the driveway. There is nowhere else to put the
That's why I
driveway.
just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Because the existing house is there.
Yep.
Correct. And the hardship is a direct result of the lot's narrow geometry rather than a self-created condition.
Yes.
Okay. And did the site's shape, dimensions make compliance physically difficult, not merely inconvenient? Or
Yeah. Very difficult from a design perspective because we still have to get emergency vehicles in and out of a site like this.
And the right-of-way dedication is required by the city, correct?
Yes.
And did the applicant, let me just strike that. Do the dwelling and lot configuration predate the current proposal?
Yes. Yes. Sorry.
All right. And would the lot area reduction affect the public health, safety, or neighborhood character?
Now, as I testified earlier, there's multifamily all around us.
Okay. And will the overall density remain consistent with the surrounding RG neighborhood?
Absolutely.
And as he said, the properties to the left and right are developed with townhomes of similar density as to what's proposed here.
Townhomes and apartment buildings. These are ours are townhomes.
Yours are townhomes, and to the
East are apartment buildings.
Okay.
Actually, I'm guilty of working on that one as well.
so that was one of my questions later. So you did the work on that one, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the lot area per dwelling unit variance on that one was more significant than what we're requesting, correct?
Yeah, I did jot a number down here before I left. I don't know if it's relevant, but on that project, relief was given, and with the 18 units, we were only providing 2,526 square feet per dwelling unit. So we're providing substantially more on this next door property.
And are these the minimum variances needed for the proposed project?
I believe that's what myself and the zoning officer identified as the minimum.
Okay. And are you aware of the city comprehensive plan and studies on housing that have been recently done?
Not specifically the cities, but I know studies that the LVPC has published, and I know the housing deficit that we're sort of all facing in Lehigh Valley.
Okay. And this project would create more housing in that area, correct?
Yep.
And do the variances meet the 5 criteria under the MPC?
I believe so.
Okay. And do they permit reasonable and appropriate use of the property consistent with the RG's district's intent?
Yep.
And would granting the variances create any safety or engineering concerns?
Definitely not.
Is the requested relief modest, justified, and in the public interest?
I believe so.
And I believe you already stated it's compatible with the surrounding properties. And if the board grants variances, will the project fully comply with all their zoning and development requirements?
Absolutely.
I have no further questions. I sped through them pretty quick and I skipped a few, so trying to help move it along for you guys.
You said 15 minutes, it was 13.
2 minutes. Sorry if this is I'm tired. This might be a stupid question, but you said the 4,500. Does that change if you build just one less home? Like if you were to build 5 houses instead of the 6, does that get you in compliance?
So it would address one of the variances. It would take away, if we built 5 townhomes instead of 6, it would alleviate the area, the density relief, but we would still be deficient on the 21.2 aisle, and we still would be deficient on the 6 inches on the property line.
Okay. But it would, so that A dimensional variance, like you could reasonably get within that variance if you took one of those houses away.
Right. But like I said, and again, and that's up to the board to make that determination. But like, as I did testify, we were providing, 1,000 square feet more than what our next door neighbor did.
Which is the one behind it?
No, right. The big apartment, the 3-story apartment
Oh,
building
okay.
that dwarfs it.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
That was my question.
So, just to follow up to that, so are you guys open to that?
I'd have to consult our client, but I'd have to talk to my client about that.
I mean,
and is it just one?
What's it?
If they removed one, or
Well, actually, I had a statement to make just from the planning bureau. This project had been submitted as a sketch plan and reviewed by the planning bureau, reviewed by the planning commission also. No formal action was taken, but it is the recommendation of both the bureau and the planning commission that as part of the development of the property, the existing single-family dwelling be removed, and which I believe would alleviate.
Yeah, can I add to that, Dave?
Yes.
Okay, so our deficit currently, if the single family house stays, is 4,603 square feet. So we'd have to actually lose 2 of the townhomes.
Okay.
If the single family house was raised, that takes away that 6,500 square feet, and we'd be okay. The problem is, I work with the city a lot, and I totally respect the planning commission, but it was surprising to hear them say that they want to, take down an existing single family dwelling that, like we just heard the testimony in the case before. I mean, people are upset that, some of these foundations, this is a good house that has a long-term tenant in it. So, when I went back to the applicant and relayed the conversation that I have with the planning commission, he was adamant that he didn't want to remove the single family dwelling. Now, maybe that will change, but that was sort of the input that I got from him after the planning commission meeting.
Someone actually resides in that house?
Yes.
And goes to bed at night and everything?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So then just to reiterate, so you would actually have to get down to 4.
Correct.
If we got you within that, you'd
Yeah.
be down to 4.
Yep.
Okay.
What happens if 2 cars are coming with a 20-foot width?
A typical vehicle is about 8 feet at most wide, so it would. There's no problem. I have turning templates that we ran through that to make sure 2 vehicles can pass.
Mm-hmm.
And if you think about on a one-way, if you had a parking lot with a one-way lane, okay, you only need 20 feet of drive aisle, and that's so that a vehicle has enough space to back out. So we're providing. There's more than enough. The bigger concern was, can a vehicle actually back out of those parking spots? But we've addressed that.
And the garbage facilities are down at the far end?
Yeah, garbage facilities, and then that's where we would have a striped area for emergency vehicles to do a turning movement to get if they, for God forbid, they ever had to get into the property.
So someone's currently living in that house. So in order to get rid of that house, you would have to get
Evict a long-term tenant.
Long-term tenant, yeah.
And it's a rental.
Yes,
yeah,
it is a
because
rental.
yeah, okay.
It's a rental. Yeah. So the whole and the 6 townhomes and the single-family dwelling would all stay under one single ownership, and they'd all be rented.
Have you talked to them about it at all? Have you consulted? with
I'm just a
long-term-
dumb engineer, so no, I didn't talk to
Do
them.
you
Talk to
know
them
if your
about
client, I
relocating.
guess, has talked to? I mean, I know you said that that's not the plan, but if that's what it came down to, do you know if your client has talked to their long-term tenant? Assuming that's not very goodwill to kick out a long-term tenant to build 6 townhomes, but
Yeah, I mean, I think he wanted to keep the house. He likes the tenant. The tenant's a good tenant. He doesn't want to force them out of the house. I think also, I mean, housing preservation is a big thing. I mean, it's not something. It's a nice house. You looked at it. It's not a rundown house. It's not. It has a good.
doesn't need a
useful life.
$40,000 concrete repair.
No, it doesn't, and has a good useful life in the house.
14
or 18.
It's
yeah.
really, it's really a poor use of land, really, because it's just the design of those blocks are pretty long, and it's just sits back that there's so much room behind it that, and the city says, this is the kind of development they want. This is the kind of infill, development they're looking to do. So I think that's why our client proposed this. It doesn't really change the density of the neighborhood, as you see. Even if you go down around Primrose, Dave, on the thing, I think that's 7 units down there around the corner. I know that one of my clients owns it. That's the dentist office, which has rental properties.
Yeah.
And then you have this right here. I think it's 7 units total.
So where is this actually go? Can you just point it like
That the 7-unit would be.
What's that? That's where it was.
where is this actually going?
Mhm.
Like on the map that we're looking at on
You
this?
see where the red dot is?
Yeah.
Behind there.
Yeah, right between the long apartment building and the L-shaped apartment
Well,
building.
that garage right there would be torn down. What Dave's pointing at right now is the garage that would be torn down. It goes all the way back to there.
And where's the single family house in relation to
Right under that tree.
Okay, there? Okay.
So we're losing all those trees?
No, the trees are staying.
So the egress would be going out.
5 trees stay.
Yeah, 5 trees.
5.
stay.
5 trees.
How many come down?
I don't have the existing features plan, but it's. Can we go back to the aerial? The majority of the trees are on the it's onto the west side of the house. But if you look the way we're looking at it right now, it would appear to the bottom of the existing house. But all those trees, there's a heavy tree line in there now, which sort of is on the property line. So I imagine some of those would either get cut back or have to be removed. But the cluster of trees that are around, okay, where the red, just below the red dot there, all those would stay with the house. But not that it helps, but part of the land development process also would be he would be responsible to put in a required amount of street trees, landscaping for the parking lot. So if trees are typically in the city, if trees are removed, they have to be replaced in kind. So that gets tacked on in addition to the landscape requirements.
And I would just note the tree in the rear back there. It's not really looking like it's more of an overgrown brush, like bush. It's not a nice tree at all.
It's a weed that never got cut.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're tearing down that single home's garage where he's parking 2 cars right now. Where is he going to park now?
So it's
hard to see, but it's on the front.
Yeah, we basically, the existing driveway that the house uses to get back there, we're going to sort of cut that off and provide parking like along the side of the house. Over in that area. So
Can you go to the street view? Because that's where all those trees are.
The driveway's already there.
yeah, the driveway's there. So we essentially, all we're going to be doing is removing some of the asphalt that goes back to the garage to cut it off. But we don't have to, so the large tree right in the front there, that stays. I mean, this is probably the best view. That one would probably have to go. The big one on the left side of the house, on the left side of the driveway, there was another scenario where we looked at maybe trying to utilize the existing driveway to get back, but there is a row of the 3 larger trees that I show on this plan that you have. Those 3 trees would all have to come down, and those are 3 of the nicer trees on this property.
The townhomes that you're building are 2-story.
Yes,
How many square feet are they?
roughly 1,200 square feet.
And their market rent?
Market rate, yes.
The backside of the apartments to the east, the larger apartment building, is there any like back patios, or is that like all that pretty much unusable? Like no one goes back there?
In the apartment building?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's essentially it's actually a vegetated swale. That was one of the stormwater, because we're in a high quality watershed, and that was one of the stormwater features we had to put in. That little white line there, all the roof leaders for the building actually have to discharge into that, as opposed to there's a massive underground basin under the asphalt, but you have to discharge everything for water quality purposes. We discharged it to a grass swale back there.
All right, so that buffer, that 2-foot buffer, a 2.5-foot buffer, there's not going to be any people over there.
Yeah, there's really no traffic back there at all.
So you don't know if your client would accept a reduction in the number of townhomes is kind of the final answer.
I don't.
I'm not asking you to come up with it right this second.
All right.
I'm just want to know the status of that. Okay.
The board can vote how it votes, and his client will
react.
Yeah.
Do you know why the city? Were there any particular reasons why they wanted the house or the single house removed?
I just think they just felt from a planning standpoint, it would, with the overall lot, the overall yield of the lot.
Using the, okay.
Yes, I mean, that it would bring it down closer to the per the dwelling unit per square footage of lot area.
I guess the thing that like I'm just rolling around in my mind is that like you are 2 over, right? So like you could be 1 over. Do you know the variance for just being 1 over? Like offhand, you might not know that, but
I could probably help if you answer, or if you're saying if we went down to 5 units.
yeah, because you said to get under the variance, you would have to get
It would be
to
like
4.
The relief needed would be around 603 square feet.
Mhm.
That's my rough math here, because I'm thinking we're short right now 4603.
That would be de minimis then, wouldn't it? That 600 over
We could-
30,000?
We could vote on that.
The board can vote, but to be clear, they're not asking for that right now. What they're asking
We're asking for 4,603.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
get
So
it.
unless they amend the application,
Right.
you're voting for it as it sits right now.
Just wanted to put it in.
No,
framework.
it's a fair comment, and I mean, if the property owner here was here to amend it,
So,
you can do it.
just, I know it's late, I know everyone wants to go home, but I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but I just put that 4,603 into perspective. That's across the 6 units. So really quick, we are providing, it was like 3,688 square feet per townhouse is maybe what it worked to.
Yeah, so the reduction per townhouse is just over 500 feet per townhouse. But the way the zoning officer interpreted it was the gross.
It's cumulative.
It sounds worse holistically. So
Yeah, it sounds
if-
worse holistically.
So if we're providing 3688 roughly per of our townhouses, the apartments next door are only providing 2526 square feet. So, I mean, I think we definitely, again, this is my humble opinion, but I think we definitely are can still make the claim for a de minimis request, since we're providing over 1,000 square feet more per unit than next door did. But just my humble comment.
Everyone good?
Yep.
Council?
I have nothing further. I think I don't want to hold you guys up.
No,
We're good.
Oh,
Okay.
if you.
If you have any other comments, we're good.
No, we're good.
You saved 2 minutes on the front end.
I was gonna say.
Like I said, I think 2 of the variances are very minor. I think one of them is obviously the density. But I again, compared to the neighboring properties, it's better than what they're proposed.
All right, cool. We'll go off the record.
Has to go home.
Oh,
Probably needs to clean up.
Yeah, you're fine. Put them up. Yeah. And she's looking her back.
Wait, what are we doing?
Again, just for the record, the applicant has asked to table this matter until the
December 17th meeting.
December 17th meeting, at which they can either present additional evidence, the record remains open. If they want to amend their application or present additional evidence, they can, or at which time the board can render a decision based on the evidence that's been heard. On behalf of the applicant, is that acceptable?
That is acceptable, yes.
All right. And with that, we just need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Second.
All in favor? Yeah. Yep.
Aye.
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 Okay.
We don't get an applause. Everybody else got.